welcome to Hove for the final county championship match of the season. The players are making their way out to the middle. The Sussex players, that is, because Glamorgan have won the toss and they are going to bat first. We've been delayed by an hour by heavy overnight rain and then a bit of a shower around about 10 o'clock. But lots of blue sky around. I think the forecast for the rest of the day is good. The good news is we've only lost 8 overs play. Scheduled close will be 6 o'clock, but provided the light holds, we could be here a bit longer than that. And you can also tell it's a very blustery day down here on the south coast. And now that rain has blown through, it's quite cold as well out in the middle. Delighted as ever from BBC Wales to be joined by Nick Webb. Nick, hi to you.
Very good morning.
Lovely to see you. Just tell us a little bit about Glamorgan. They've won the toss, and I think just the one change from the win last week against Derbyshire.
Yeah, as expected, it's unfortunate on the young batter Tom Bevan, but he misses out because Shubman Gill is fit again. Now, Bevan may have played last week, but several batsmen fired well against Derbyshire, so it's Bevan who drops out despite having scored 48 on championship debut. Shubman Gill is in. He'll bat at 3. David Lloyd and Eddie Byram opening up. Gill 3, North East, thankfully after his family issues, is fully available and ready to go. Billy Root, Chris Cook, Andrew Salter, James Harris, Tim van der Hoogten, Ajaz Patel and Michael Hogan in his final game for Glamorgan at the end of a 10-year career.
We could probably hear the wind rustling away in our effects microphone, give you an idea just how strong it is. You can see the flags of Glamorgan and Sussex really billowing away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard. Sussex with a couple of changes from their defeat at Durham, heavy defeat at Durham last week. Brad Curry comes into the side, the left-arm seamer, as a replacement for Henry Crocombe, who injured his shoulder last week. If you're listening, Henry, we hope your recovery is going well. The other change is that Finn Hudson-Prentice comes into the side at the expense of James Cole. It is going to be Brad Curry who's going to get us underway. He's bowling to the Glamorgan skipper, David Lloyd. He's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Lloyd is forward to ball a good length and punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. So it means that Charlie Tier, the young 18-year-old wicket-keeper, keeps his place in the side. So no room for Ollie Carter, who scored a big 100 down at Glamorgan earlier on in the season. So Tier is keeping wicket. The slips in order: Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Ali Orr at third. Finn Hudson-Prentice is at backward point. Jack Carson at cover, just blowing onto his hands. It is cold as in comes Curry and bowls, and Lloyd lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Tier, and there is no run. Mid-off is Tom Haynes. Sean Hunt at mid-on. Looks like Daniel Ibrahim at mid-wicket. And Fahim Ashraf all the way down at fine leg, just going through a warm-up routine. Not a huge crowd in. I suspect a couple of reasons behind that. Number one, the amount of rain that we had overnight and into this morning may have deterred people coming down. And also, it's not particularly warm. And in fact, they haven't had a great season either. In comes Curry, bowls, and Lloyd lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. The wicket is next to centre. It's a wicket that was used for a T20 match earlier on this season, but not for a championship match so far this season. I have to say, it looked pretty dry, Nick, when we went out and had a look.
It looked more worn than you'd expect for one that's only been used for T20, which of course was a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no grass at one end and hardly any at the other.
Pitches here at Hove have been very much in favour of the batting side. In comes Curry, bowls. That's a big shout. Sussex think they've got his man. Lloyd wanders away towards square leg, but Curry was down on his knees, and just from where we're watching over the head of second slip to the right-handed David Lloyd. Looked a decent shout, I have to say. And certainly we saw a couple given last week up at Durham, which I know Sussex were very unhappy about, but on this occasion the appeal is turned down. If you want to send emails through, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Nick Webb 2017.
2017.
As in comes Curry again over the wicket, bowls, and Lloyd drives firmly into the covers fielded by Carson and there is no run. The first email of the morning comes from Bob Pook down in Hastings, who says, "Good morning, Adrian. Thank you for the commentary throughout the season. Let's hope for a consolation win to finish off what must be described as a pitiful season. There have been some promise in the batting side that bowling has left a lot to be desired. To illustrate the fact, Sussex leading wicket taker this season is Ollie Robinson with just 17 wickets, although he's only played 3 games. He says, I believe the lowest figure for any county in the last 130 years. Don't know about that. In comes Curry, bowls, and Lloyd gets an inside edge and gets the first run of the match as the ball just runs square on the onside. A good opening over by Brad Curry. Glamorgan are 1 without loss, having won this morning and decided to bat. Bob says, let's hope for better things next season if Andrew Strauss doesn't mess it all up. Well, lots of debate about that. We'll get the Glamorgan side of things from Nick, I'm sure, as we go through. But that's the end of the opening over, and Sussex are 1. No, they're not. Glamorgan are 1 without loss. Lloyd on 1, and Byram yet to score.
Yes, I mean, I think Glamorgan, obviously their members at a recent forum were almost unanimously against the Strauss proposals, which hadn't been published in full at the time, but I think against any reduction in county cricket would be a fair summary. However, it's not entirely certain as yet which way Glamorgan will vote, and we look forward to more elucidation from the county on that front as Ashraf is in to bowl outside off stump, and that is punched through the covers off the back foot. It'll run away for 4 runs on this breezy morning here at Hove. We'll try and give you a balance between being able to hear some of the crowd and not being able to hear too much wind, but
it's a strong wind, Nick, isn't it? You can look at the flags really billowing away, and it's a cold wind as well, which I think is coming right from the north.
There's some nice bright sunshine at the moment, having been, well, very wet and overcast as late as 10 past 10. As Ashraf is in to bowl to Lloyd again, who punches one through mid-wicket. Oh, he's hit that one hard. That's running down to Cow Corner in absolute trice. Cow Corner being the hospitality area rather than any slate on Lloyd's shot. It was a nice little punch through mid-wicket, and successive boundaries get David Lloyd up to 9, as are Glamorgan. If you're watching on the either the club websites, you'll be able to see the appearance of the wicket, which is absolutely baked mud for the batter at the top end, David Lloyd, at the moment. Well, I'm sure will play better than it seems. Ashraf bowls outside off stump, and Lloyd plays no shot now. David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, was having a difficult season until the last couple of weeks.
Keep chatting away for a couple of minutes, Nick. It'll be a little while, probably 30 seconds or so until we get our update.
David Lloyd scoring 70 in the second innings at Lords, which may have kept his place in the team, and got 313 not out against Derbyshire. As that one is driven but stopped by the bowler, and there's no run. It was the second highest score ever recorded for Glamorgan, second only to Sam North East's 410 in July. And it was the highest first-class score ever by a Welshman, beating Mike Powell's 299 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham.
Do you mind if I just take over, Nick, just so I'll do this update to the listeners. As in comes Ashraf running in over the wicket and bowls, and Lloyd covers up, plays straight back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Glamorgan 9 without loss. Well, the good news is, Sarah, that early morning rain has cleared away. We've got bright skies, but really quite a cold wind here now at Hove, but we won't complain. We have got cricket underway here at 11:30 and 88 overs to be bowled in the day, so it will be a late finish here at Hove. Glamorgan have won the toss. They've decided to bat first, and they are 9 without loss. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey, the county champions, are playing Lancashire. Lancashire winning the toss there, batting first, and Lancashire are 57 without loss.
That is the end of Fahim Ashraf's over. Glamorgan's rivals Middlesex have claimed a couple of early wickets at Worcester, with the home side 26 for 2, which is bad news. Just to set the scene, Glamorgan are 9 points behind Middlesex, 18 behind Nottinghamshire, so Notts effectively only have to fall over the line. But Glamorgan need to better Middlesex's result and pick up a couple of extra bonus points as well. So if Worcestershire and Middlesex draw, then Glamorgan would have to win. If Middlesex were to lose at Worcester, then Glamorgan may have only to draw if they collect a decent haul of bonus points. If Middlesex win, then Glamorgan would have to hope that Nottinghamshire get virtually nothing.
In comes Brad Curry, bowls to Byram outside the off stump, taken by Tier, and there is no run. I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility, Nick, that if Durham were to thump Nottinghamshire and both Middlesex and Glamorgan won, that Nottinghamshire could miss out. I mean, that's highly unlikely, but Notts got well beaten at Worcestershire last week.
They did, surprisingly.
I think Worcestershire sort of dark horses in this division. They certainly played very well down here, and had we not lost best part of 100 overs in the game, they'd have certainly beaten Sussex here as they did at New Road. In comes Curry over the wicket bowl, and Byram up on his toes, steers that through the covers. He's going to pick up at least one and probably two as Finn Hudson-Prentice chases back towards the boundary. I haven't done a little sound check around the ground today just to make sure everything is going out loud and clear. Julian, who's our regular correspondent, no, he's not too well, Julian, so if you're listening, I hope you're... There goes Tim. Tim's waving away. There we go. Hats off and arms being waved at the top of the Spen Karma. There are correspondents over there. So thank you very much. We are going out loud and clear. Julian not here. So Julian, if you're listening at home, hope you get better soon. As in comes Brad Curry over the wicket bowls, and Byram lets this go outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Tier, and there is no run.
Are they listening in real time, or are they getting everything in 40 seconds delay?
No, they're in real time. I'll just demonstrate that. Raise hands. There we are.
Oh, very good.
There we are. They're very well trained over there.
Even more sophisticated than the Glamorgan system, where you do find people listening, but because they're listening via the internet, which is obviously in a slight delay, they're usually a ball behind.
Yeah, this is through sort of real time through the headphones that are available around the ground. In comes Curry and bowls, and Byram plays this off the hip through mid wicket. He's going to pick up a single, followed by a sliding Tom Haines at mid on. One more to the total. Byram goes to 3, and Glamorgan 12 without loss in the third over. Glamorgan, having won the toss this morning, electing to bat first. And a very good morning to listeners on 5 Sports Extra as well. Welcome to Hove. On what is now a lovely sunny day, lots of blue sky around. After a delay of an hour this morning, heavy overnight rain and then a shower just as the covers came off. More rain came in, but it looks clear for the time being as in comes Brad Curry running down the hill. Bowls when he beats Lloyd outside the off stump. A bit of extra bounce there. The ball goes through to Charlie Tier, the 18-year-old Sussex wicketkeeper who made his debut last week. Durham. The news here this morning is that Glamorgan won the toss and decided to bat first.
We have only got a 1 hour first session, bizarrely. I'm not sure why lunch really wasn't bizarre. Pushed back to 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that is really odd.
So lunch is scheduled, according to the scoreboard, to be at the usual time of 12:30.
In comes Curry, left arm over the wicket bowls, and forward is Lloyd. To ball of good length, plays it onto the onside, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. That's the end of Brad Curry's second over. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for Glamorgan are 12 without loss. David Lloyd on 9, Ed Byram is on 3. And just to remind you, listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb with you. Chloe Brewer and Ed Bevan, the other members of our commentary team here this week. And it is cold out there, Nick. We wandered out for the toss and I got slightly caught because I didn't put a coat on and suddenly wished that I had.
Yeah, I've got a sweater and a jacket on. It's still a bit breezy, frankly. Good job I brought a beanie hat as well, if it's going to be this cold by the seaside this week when we take our beach walks or whatever. 12 for no wickets, Glamorgan, on the back of a big innings win over Derbyshire, innings and 24 runs. Glamorgan having, in the previous weeks, completely blown up and lost at Lords by 10 wickets and drawn by Worcestershire. As Eddie Byram shoulders arms the first ball of Fahim Ashraf's over. If you missed the team news earlier, there is one change for Glamorgan. India's Shubman Gill is back in the ranks after illness last week, and he replaces the slightly unlucky youngster Tom Bevan, but there could be good news for Bevan's future in the near future with Glamorgan. Sussex making two changes. James Coles drops out. Finn Hudson-Prentice takes his place, and Brad Curry is in for the injured Henry Crocombe, as Byram defends that one back to the bowler. So Glamorgan, having recovered some form last week, there were fears that they could repeat their ruinous September of last year, where they got beaten in 3 games in a row, coming back from the white ball break and not really getting things together at all. But they're outsiders in the promotion race, but they're hanging on in there as Ashraf bowls to Byram, who will get runs through square leg. Just a nice little well-timed push, and it's raced away for 4 runs to the pavilion side of the ground, away to our left. And the ball seems to be travelling quite rapidly over the outfield, despite the rain that we had as late as 10:10 this morning.
Yeah, it's a really fast draining ground at Hove, as you say. And it looks fantastic. I think the outfield here has looked really, really good all season, but it does rattle away. Fahim Ashraf just hasn't got his line right at all. He's just in his 3rd game for Sussex, having come from the final 3 championship matches of the season. At Durham last week, 1 for 91 in his 20 overs. In the previous game he played here at Hove against Worcestershire. I'll give you his figures in that in a moment.
Ashraf is in, bowls, and well, it's gone past Byram's bat, but aficionados of following Glamorgan this season will know that there is very little difference between Byram being beaten outside the off stump and playing just inside the line on purpose. It is a very minor adjustment, and sometimes when he looks as though he's being beaten, you look back at the slow-mo and he's played inside it. Here is next delivery that Byram plays out into covers, but it's well stopped and there's no run. It is a complete contrast to the leave demonstrated by Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan's Australian signing, who leaves the ball with a huge swing of the bat. But Fahim Ashraf labouring away, looking to make his mark in this last game of the season. Possibly with a view to the future, Adrian?
Well, I think that's very much why he was brought in for these 3 games, because Sussex, as we were saying, just haven't been able to bowl sides out this season.
Ashraf in, bowls outside off stump, goes through lowish to Charlie Tier. There's no run. End of the over. The boundary came off. It's 16 for noughts. Glamorgan, after 4 overs, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, as they look to keep up the pursuit of the 2 sides above them. Middlesex and Nottinghamshire at the top, and Notts I thought would be done and dusted by this stage, but last week's falling away at Worcester means that they need 7 points to be sure of finishing ahead of Glamorgan.
Yeah, the problem Sussex have had all season, Nick, is in bowling sides out. They've just won the 1 game all season in the Championship. That was against Derbyshire here, and that was a game where Derbyshire almost inexplicably decided to declare and set Sussex a run chase, and Sussex, to be fair, chased those runs down. But Ollie Robinson is the leading wicket taker for the club, as Bob Pook was saying in his email earlier. 17 wickets, and he's only played 2 and a bit games. I say a bit because the game at Leicestershire he wasn't well and just took 1 wicket in that game, and that tells you why Sussex are having a look at Fahim Ashraf. In comes Brad Curry, left arm down the hill, bowls to Lloyd. He was looking to play that through the offside, but instead he was rather squared up. He still manages to get it away through the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, maybe 3. Yes, they are going to come back for the 3rd run. Lloyd goes to 12 and a total to 19 without loss. Fahim Ashraf, his first game here was against Worcestershire a couple of weeks ago. and he really struggled. He bowled down the hill and up the hill. It didn't seem to make much difference, really, but 18 overs, 1 for 120.
Ouch.
Yeah, and I think Sussex were expecting a little more than that, and indeed at Durham last week, it was a similar story in that heavy defeat against Durham, 20 overs, 1 for 91. So it's very much a case of Sussex having a look at Ashraf in these 3 games, and I guess him, vice versa, having a look at Sussex as well. In comes Curry, over the wicket bowls, and Byron clips this nicely through square leg. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as Ashraf has to chase round to his right at fine leg, gets in the throw with 2 more to Byron, who goes to double figures. I think that's going to click over to it, unless the scoreboard's beaten me to it. I think it has beaten me to it. That's quick.
Those figures, and I've changed my glasses earlier this summer, so it should be all right if the former sponsors of the championship are to be believed. But those numbers look a little bit smaller than they used to be. Might be just my age.
Curry, as the sun disappears in bowls, and Byron's beaten outside. Now, I think that was a beat. Nick was saying about, is it a beat, is it a lead? For my money, he played at that, did Ed Byron. It goes through to Charlie Tier behind the stumps, and there is no run.
They're off because of rain at Worcester, where Middlesex claimed those 2 early wickets. Worcestershire 26 for 2, 1 apiece to Murtagh and Roland Jones early doors. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, are 54 for 1 at home to Durham. Ben Slater, the man out, caught off Ben Rain for 23.
He was very good last week, Ben Rain, in the Sussex defeat, heavy defeat at Durham. Picked up 5 wickets in the second innings. In comes Curry bowls, and Byron covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
And Leicestershire are 69 for 1, having been put into bat at Derby. So that is the situation all round Division 2. In Division 1, champions Surrey are in the field at Old Trafford. Lancashire are 73 for 1. Hampshire in second place won't take to the field. There's no play before lunch at Edgbaston.
With 3 slips, runs towards us, bowls to Byron. Byron clips this nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. Clipped away, lovely shot by Ed Byron. It was over-pitched. It was a leg stump half volley, and Byron wasn't going to miss out on a clip. But that scoreboard is quickening. The runs are up there already.
Wow.
Byron goes to 13, and Glamorgan off to a good start here. 25 without loss in the 5th over of the day.
And most of them from boundaries.
Yeah.
Haven't had to run much. There's players due to start in 10 minutes at Canterbury between Kent and Somerset, where Somerset have chosen to bat first. Essex are 69 without loss, away to Northants.
Curry down the hill from the Cromwell, in bowls to Byron, better delivery, pitching around middle and off, and Byron just leans forward, plays it back to Brad Curry, who fields of his own bowling. End of the over, and Glamorgan are 25 without loss. Lloyd on 12, Byron on 13. Glamorgan winning the toss here this morning and deciding to bat first.
And having got off the mark last week, Gloucestershire are struggling at home to Yorkshire, who need a few points to make sure of staying up. Gloucestershire are 47 for 3, so Yorkshire have the first of those points. And in Division 1, reading upwards, Gloucestershire 95 from 13, they're gone. Warwickshire are next favourites for the drop. They have 120 points. Kent 134. Yorkshire 135. Somerset safe on 145. Ashraf is in to bowl to Lloyd, who pulls through mid-wicket for 4 runs. The ball taking very little time to reach the boundary, as we've seen on several occasions today, even though it's a pretty central pitch, so the boundary is roughly the same on either side. But we've seen some powerful shots already from Lloyd in particular, and from Byram.
Poor delivery, wasn't it? No, short, and Lloyd wasn't going to miss out. I see Phil Hudson-Prentice, who's not the skipper, has come running up from point to speak to Fahim Ashraf. He's trying to make some sort of a point to him. Quite animated, isn't he?
Don't bowl half-trackers.
Well, yeah. But it's very difficult for a skipper to set a field when they're not bowling. There's going to be a change. I think the third slip's going to come into mid-wicket.
That's interesting. Well, I suppose Hudson Prentice is one of the older members of the side. He's the only one, apart from Ashraf, who's more than 20.
More than 23.
Allsop 26 as well, sorry. Next delivery from Ashraf is played out into the covers, but fielded by Hudson Prentice at point, and there's no run.
John Malone has been in touch. He says, "Good morning, Adrian and Nick. You're coming through loud and clear on the stream. The weather looks as good as it is in Bexhill at the moment. Hopefully this continues throughout the day. Bexhill on Sea, just down the coast." Goes on to say Sussex are still in the development phase with this team. International call-ups, injuries and sickness have had a major part in the team's performance this year. He's encouraging Sussex supporters to stick with it. We have Rizwan, Pujara, Robinson, Garton performing weekly. Things would have been different if they'd been playing more. He says thanks for the commentary throughout the season. Thank you, John.
Ashraf is in to bowl, and that's played into covers just for a single for once for David Lloyd. 30 without loss. Morning to Neil Thornycroft. Reports the rain at Worcester, yep. Morning Steve West. Good luck, Glamorgan. Another 500 plus. Oof. He's ambitious. Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared in their last game against Derbyshire, but I'm sure they'll be expecting to work harder, particularly in this first hour, this bizarre mini session. If the scoreboard is correct, we will be finishing at 12:30, as Ashraf is again consulting on his field.
It's very odd, isn't it?
You shouldn't set a field for bad balls, should you?
No, I couldn't agree more. And here we are, we're just in and this is the Sussex problem, we're in the 6th over of the day, we're already down to 2 slips and a ring of 4, saving one on the offside. And bear in mind this is a test match bowler, Nick, who Sussex are having a look at.
Just 2 wickets so far in the county championship, as that's outside off stump, and Byram allows this one to go through. 30 without loss, pretty breezy. We've had all sorts of weather. It was pretty wet and windy when I looked out of the hotel window about a mile away at 8 o'clock this morning. It seemed to clear up a bit. Then we had another shower at 10 past 10. They were due to start originally at 11, but that was understandably pushed back till 11:30, and areas of the square still look a little bit damp. I feel they're fairly close in at one of the covers as Byram slaps that one through the covers. Backward point might have got half a hand on it, but it doesn't prevent the ball racing away to the backward point boundary for 4 more. 34 without loss. Both Lloyd and Byram now have 17 not out.
Poor delivery though, isn't it? I mean, it's wide outside the off stump, quick outfield, and Byram wasn't going to miss out on that. Just hammered the ball away through backward point. Lovely shot. But you just can't get it. It is difficult for bowlers when they come here, Nick, initially. Bowling down the hill can be a problem, which I think is probably why Fahim Ashraf is electing to bowl up the hill, which you haven't got the slope to contend with so much when you're coming on your follow through. But Sussex on the back foot already here.
34 for naught. Ashraf comes round the wicket to bowl the left-handed Byram. That goes through very low outside. Off stump. It's the end of Ashraf's over, and Glamorgan's 34 for naught after 6. The umpires today, Glamorgan's resident umpire Paul Baldwin is at the end. We've seen a lot of him this season because he lives in West Wales these days, so Cardiff is his nearest county ground, but he's followed Glamorgan down to the south coast of England as well, and Tom Lungley is officiating at the top end.
I just saw Charlie Tier, the 18-year-old Sussex wicketkeeper, just making a signal towards the dressing room for a helmet to be brought out, so I don't know whether he's intending to stand up to the stumps. Nick was saying that last delivery kept a little low. We mentioned Julian, who normally listens from the top of the Spenkama pavilion, but he's not too well. He says, "I'm listening from the warmth of my lounge. I haven't given up hope of attending on Wednesday and Thursday," says Julian. "I'll stay in the warmth of the lounge, can't you? It's quite chilly here, Julian." In comes Curry, bowls to Lloyd, who drives down the ground. Doesn't quite time that. Tom Haynes is after the ball from mid-off, but Lloyd's going to come back for a second run. Lloyd goes to 19, and Glamorgan, having won the toss here, are 36 without loss. Junior says, thanks for the commentary. It's brightened up a rather dismal county championship season, which it certainly has been for Sussex. I'll be hoping to finish with a victory to lift the spirits. 3 slips in place as Curry is on his way down the hill. Bowls and dropped. Well, that was a routine chance, I'm afraid, and Tom Clark has got a very good pair of hands in there at second slip, and I'm afraid at this level they don't come much more easy than that. It was an edge from Lloyd straight into the breadbasket, straight to Tom Clark, and it is a cold day, but perhaps hands are cold, but really that's a routine regulation second slip catch, and it's gone to ground, and David Lloyd gets a life, and he's been in great form, David Lloyd, and he could well make Sussex pay for that. That's a poor miss, Nick. That
would be a drop at any level of club cricket that you'd be getting evil eyes from your teammates for.
Yeah, that's a shocker. So a life for David Lloyd when he was on 19. And the score's on 36. Curry in, bowls to Lloyd. A bit more oomph behind that one from Brad Curry, who was clearly disappointed that had gone down, and unsurprisingly, that was a poor drop.
That is the sort of catch that's probably taken 19 times out of 20 at county level, isn't it? Yeah. And this was the 20th, unfortunately, for Sussex.
Yeah.
Well, Lloyd last week didn't have many. He was nearly bowled on naught, and a really difficult return chance on 137, and dropped again in the 250s. But he's continuing to improve his average at the moment.
Curry in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Lloyd. There is no run. Stephen's been in touch. He says, thanks for the commentary during the season. I generally wear a lucky jumper, Nick, but I've given up on that idea this year. So I'll wear any number of jumpers because it hasn't made much luck to Sussex in terms of their performance. He wonders why Delray Rawlings isn't playing at the moment. But I think in the last couple of games, Stephen, it's probably been a selection between James Cole's left arm spin and Delray Rawlings. And Coles has played, but Delray not in the squad for this game. And I agree, he did have a very good 50-over campaign, but not in the reckoning for this game, as comes Curry down the hill and bowls, and Lloyd beaten again. Good spell of bowling this by Brad Curry, just moving the ball away a little bit from the right-handed Lloyd, who plays and misses through to Tier, and there is no run. Sorry.
Yeah, he was groping a little bit at that one, wasn't he, David Lloyd, as he was at the previous deliver in the over from which he was dropped. His batting average went up in the last match from 24 to 38. See if an unbeaten treble century.
That's a big, yeah.
Which is a big jump, and it'll make his stats look pretty useful at the end of the season, albeit he has struggled for long periods. But thankfully,
Curry turns at the far end. 3 slips go down. Tom Clark at second, who's got a very good pair of hands. I'd have said he's probably the best slip fielder in the club. In comes Curry bowls, and Lloyd clips this through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up a single fielded by Sean Hunt, who tumbles over, having fielded the ball. One more to David Lloyd. It is the end of the over. Glamorgan are 37 without loss. Lloyd on 20, Byron on 17. I'll make way in a moment for Chloe Brew, who'll come and join us. A couple of people have been in touch this morning regarding the head coach situation at Sussex, asking, do we know what's going on? And all we know is that head coach Ian Salisbury isn't in the business at the moment, is what we're being told. No further news on that. So a few people are saying, can I ask some questions of the club? And the response is that Ian Salisbury is not in the business at the moment. So that's all we can say at the moment, and I'm sure the club will have further news as and when. I said that Charlie Tier was asking for the helmet to be brought out, and we've got a change of bowling. So Faheem Ashraf is out of the attack with just 7 overs gone, and it's going to be the skipper Tom Haynes who's going to be coming in from the C end of the ground. So I'm going to make way and leave you with Nick, and Chloe Brewer is going to come and have a natter away.
Here comes Haynes in then to bowl, medium pace, and Lloyd plays on the leg side, and there is no run. 37 without loss, and the fielders clustering in noticeably tighter for the medium pace of the skipper, who's on to bowl just the 8th over of the day, as He bowls now. It's played away fluently through the onside by David Lloyd. That one will run down the slope as well and run away for 441 without loss. So Glamorgan, well, it looks as though it's an aggressive approach, but really they've done no more than pierce the field with good shots so far, Chloe.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Sussex have given him a bit too many loose balls this morning, especially before the change. Ashraf, his 3 overs went for 21 runs, which as your opening bowler you really don't want to be giving away that many.
Need to improve sharply if he's going to earn a contract for next season, as that one again is on leg stump and helped away by Lloyd. It's gone very fine. There's a furious chase for 3 fielders, but it's run down to the fine leg boundary and just a little bit of bat on it, and Glamorgan race on to 45 without loss. Keepers standing up. Sussex doing their best to crowd Lloyd and put a bit of early pressure on, but the horse is not exactly bolted, but at the edge of the paddock maybe.
Yeah, definitely. He's been given that life, so he can go on a little bit now.
Next delivery. Oh, he's squared up Lloyd. He was looking to play on the leg side, and it's run off a leading edge out to Hudson Prentice at point. John, alias Swans 1990, says, can Glammy do it? We can, but I feel Middlesex will be too strong for Worcester. Sadly, we can all hope. Glamorgan needing to better Middlesex's result and pick up a couple of extra bonus points as Haynes bowls, and it's played defensively on the offside. And thank you, John, for your words. Thanking Edward, myself, and all the opposition commentaries for our hard work this season. Well, there are worse ways to earn a living than talking about cricket, to be honest. 45 for naught. As Haynes is in and bowls, and a swing and a miss from Lloyd outside off stump. That's the end of the over. 45 for naught. Lloyd has 28, having had a life on 19. Byram has 17, and your season with South East Stars went pretty close to the wire, didn't it? Third place in the Hey-Ho Flint.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good season with the girls, really. We managed to get to semi-finals in both competitions, which was good fun. Coming back into the 50 over stuff after the 100 as well. That first day back was a long old day. That's for sure.
Here's Brad Curry for you.
Just giving the ball a little bit of a shine, getting a little bit of movement, bowling left arm over to the left-hander here, and he's driven back to him, and he's stopped. A little bit of a stare at the batsman now. I can feel Curry's a little bit annoyed from a previous over of that drop. That was...
So he should be.
Yeah, that was right in the hands of Tom Clark there. He's dropped on 19 was Lloyd. He's now on 28. So he's definitely kicked on from having that life there. Curry again, just giving him a little bit of a shine. Top of his mark coming in far around. It's just on the left, defended off the back foot, and again Curry comes around to pick it up to pass it back to his fielders. Curry's found his length well this morning. He's bowled pretty well. It's 4.2 overs now. I've only gone for 16 runs.
Yes, he's mostly made the batsman play, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly more accurate start than Ashraf, who was whipped off after only 3 overs.
Yeah, Curry coming in again, just on the length. Oh, that's just beating the outside edge. I feel like he might be getting a little bit of movement here. Can't see if it did on that one, but it's beating the outside edge of the batters a couple of times now. So it suggests that it might just be getting a little bit of swing or a little bit of nibble from a pitch.
Signs of, yes, a few signs of hope for Sussex, but they would really hope for a wicket in the first hour at least one in this truncated session, even though it wasn't their choice to be in the field. You'd have thought September, a little bit of early help for the bowlers.
Curry in again, just on that down the leg side. Keeper's tumbling effort just didn't quite manage to stop that. 4 runs added to Glamorgan's score. They move on to 49.
That must have been a sliver of a bat on the way through. I thought it was just a wide ball that the keeper hadn't got through, but didn't spot any buys signal from umpire Lungley at the top end as we catch up with things. Ooh, maybe just a sliver of wood as Byram swung at it. It was a free hit effectively, and he's got the credit for it.
Yeah, 4 runs added to a total. Haven't been out there for too long.
Glamorgan have been racing along, haven't they?
They've been ticking along really well.
And they'll want to really go for the 400 in the 110 overs to try to get maximum points if they possibly can.
Curry in again, just on length, playing a miss, and he's gone. First dismissal of the morning. Byram is gone for 21 of 22 deliveries, and Curry has his first wicket of the day.
Well, there we are. Shouldn't have talked about 400, should I? Just a little feather from Byram through to the keeper, and off he has to go. Catch for Charlie Tier, a relatively routine one, and maybe just a little bit of away movement from Curry there, who gets the reward that he probably deserved with the other batter. And although Eddie Byram went big against Sussex in the fixture in Cardiff with a score in the 170s, mammoth partnership with Colin Ingram, he hasn't quite fired at his maximum in September, albeit coming into this match with an average of 51, but he's gone. Caught Tier bowled Curry for 21. It's 49 for 1, and we're only in the 9th over of the day.
That's definitely what Sussex needed this morning. We've got a very short session this morning, but we definitely needed to get into a Glamorgan attack a little bit, really. But obviously, that's not what Glamorgan wanted.
Shubman Gill in at 3, Indian Test player, just 23 years old. His birthday a couple of weeks ago. He celebrated by watching it rain in Cardiff. Hot more can a young Indian man want from life than for 23rd birthday watching rain at Sapphire Gardens. But I'm sure he'll take the wider picture of it. As we mentioned earlier, could have been playing for India A in a series against New Zealand A, but he thought that this would further his cricketing education better to have a spell in British conditions as he faces up.
Curry just standing up top of his mark for his final ball of the over, and he comes bowling left arm over to the right hander, and it's defended, timed really, really well actually, and he's managed to get a single off it. It's just pushed it past the bowler very, very straight there. That brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan have brought their 50 up off that ball, so they have 50 for 1 off. Is that
9
overs? Can't quite. Yeah, it's 9 overs. Lloyd is on 28 off 30 balls, and the new batter, Gill or Jill?
Gill.
There we go. 1 run.
Yeah, Gill's performances so far, 92 in his first match against Worcester. Didn't do so well at Lords with 22, dragging one on from Roland Jones, and then 11 in the second innings, dismissed by Tim Murter as Glamorgan fell apart really, and in a horrible session at Lords late on the 3rd day, having conceded a big first innings deficit. They knocked 120 of that off without losing a wicket and proceeded to fall apart. Here's Tom Haynes looking to probe away for Sussex, as that is turned on the leg side by Gill, and they will just take the single down towards deep square. Shubman Gill, numberless jersey. We well, he might have a printed shirt with his number on by now. He might be 77 if we ever get to see his shirt, but I think he's feeling the cold still, and still got the full jersey on. As Haynes bowls, turned on the offside to point or cover point by David Lloyd, no run. Patel likewise has got a shirt with 24, but you may well see him in a numberless jersey. Still a bit breezy. The weather's changing rapidly as a result of that. As Lloyd drives into the offside, they'll go through for a quick single. Oh, I thought they might have been in problems there. And it has gone away for 4 overthrows as well, as Lloyd looked to make his ground at the non-strikers end. Throw came in from cover. I think Lloyd would probably have been all right, but umpire Baldwin would have had to take a serious look anyway. But that is 5 runs to the Glamorgan cause, as Lloyd wasn't helped by having to run round the bowler, but I think he would have been all right. Welcome back to 5 Sports Extra listeners with the news that Glamorgan have lost their first wicket. They're 56 for 1 against Sussex, as Shubman Gill plays on the leg side for a single. Is looking to play a bit straighter than that, but got a single down to square leg, where Brad Curry, the only wicket taker, got the wicket of Byram. Caught Tier, bowled Curry for 21. Just a routine feather through to the keeper. That was 49 for 1, with Byram going for 21. Haynes running up from the sea end, bowls to Lloyd, who cuts but straight to backward point. Good tumbling stop by Carson. And there's no run, but Sussex really needed that wicket, Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, they definitely needed to get into Glamorgan attack a little bit. They'd quite hitting their marks this morning for bowling, really, giving a few too many loose balls, but definitely needed that wicket.
Haynes bowls and Lloyd swings outside off stump. He's really looking to get after the bowling, if at all possible. He's got 33 off 34 deliveries. Glamorgan 57 for 1. Chloe Brewer is alongside us, South East Stars batter, having spent the month of August with London Spirit squad in the 100, and spent quite a bit of time at Lords. Yeah,
definitely. I tell you what, the lunches there are something else. We'd go for a long day at training, and we'd get in for lunch, and there's always a cooked meal, which is makes it worth it, that's for sure.
That'll save your bills. But how about the whole experience of being part of a playing squad at the home of English cricket?
Oh, it's just incredible. We turned up there and it was like, wow, it's something about Lords where you turn up and it's just something about the ground. Yeah, it's quite incredible being able to look up from the middle. In Curry comes, it's full of lengthers, driven to mid-off, cuts it off, gives it a little bit of a shine. Yeah, I tell you what though, you can really appreciate the slope at Lords from when you're standing in the ground.
Yeah.
Because if you're sitting in the seats, you can't really see how steep it is. But if you stand on it, it's quite similar to here actually. It's an incredibly steep slope. And you don't think about how that affects bowlers or batters, etc. Curry in again from Cromwell Road end. That's just back of length, left alone by Gilver. It's on 3 runs.
So, did you get feedback from your teammates about how it affected them in the matches then?
It's just, you just have to adjust your line and length to suit the slope, because the slope goes across the strip, so bowlers have a tendency just to go it slightly wider, and obviously for a right-hander that's 3 runs, isn't it? But they do normally combat that with having one side of the boundary slightly shorter, so all works itself out. In comes Curry again, just short of length. That's played up by Gill, but cover comes around, picks it up and chucks it back to the 18-year-old keeper.
Yeah, it's a real youth development from Sussex this season, isn't it? Most of their squad teenage or early 20s. Just Alsop, Hudson, Prentice and Ashraf in the second half of their 20s, and no one in their 30s at all. And like a much more experienced Glamorgan squad, with the daddy of them all being Michael Hogan, retiring or leaving Glamorgan at the end of this month at the age of 41.
Curry coming in again from Cromwell Road, and that's just full of lap. Looks like a little bit of nip face. Hand on his head there. It looked like it definitely did a little bit off the surface there. And that's a dot ball. Curry's over so far. He's had 4 dot balls. Just 2 to go. It looks like this weather's changing ever so quickly. There's some very mean-looking clouds over to the left of us, but there's blue skies above us at the moment, so we're okay.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It is blowing across rapidly, so there's a chance of a shower this afternoon, but hopefully it shouldn't delay play for too long.
No, Curry trundling in again, just on that line and length. He's really found that length this morning. Another dot ball in this over.
Your BBC Wales commentators had an unfortunate experience last season in the T20, where we drove down here, arrived at the ground about 5 o'clock for a 7 o'clock start, and it was called off at 7:30, at 5:30 rather, 5:30. Without, I don't think the teams had even turned up at the grounds when the umpires knocked it on the head, because they'd had 3 days of rain previous, and
blimey.
so we had a long drive for no cricket.
In Curry comes again for his final ball of it over. Just a bit of a shuffle across by Gill there, but a dot ball to finish over, so that will be Curry's first maiden so far. He's bowled 6 overs for what's gone now?
21.
21.
It's down beneath. They switch the
the
bowlers round very quickly, so that Haynes is now in the yellow. It's an efficient scoreboard. The protagonists at any given moment are highlighted in yellow, and the non-striker and the bowler at the other end are in white. Now we've got another bowling change. Hudson Prentice is on for Haynes, who's bowled a very short spell then. Sussex took Fahim Ashraf, the Pakistani test player, off after 3 overs 0 for 21, and Tom Haynes has given himself the shepherd's hook after just 2 overs 0 for 15. Unless Haynes is going to swap up to the Cromwell Road end. 57 for 1. Lloyd has 33. Gill has 3. Byram is the man out for 21. Let's have a quick look at events elsewhere. In Division 2, still off at Worcester, as Hudson Prentice charges in, tall figure wearing 33, bowls, and that's played slightly uppishly by Lloyd on the onside, but doesn't carry too short mid-wicket. Worcester 26 for 2 against Middlesex, who are 9 points ahead of Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire, who are 9 points in turn ahead of Middlesex at the top. They've made a good start. They're 78 for 1 at home to Durham. So after last week's slip up at Worcester, looks like they're started well. Hudson Prentice bowls, and that's forced back past him. It'll run down to the sea end for 4 runs for David Lloyd. Now, was that uppish or was that on the half volley? Uppish,
It was on the up,
I think, yeah. So Lloyd slightly mistiming that shot. I'm quite sure whether he jammed it back down into the ground, but looked as though it might have been a catching chance. Had it been a couple of metres, could have been caught by the non-striker, to give you the idea of that one. 61 for 1, Lloyd to 37. Hudson Prentice bowls. Peel as Lloyd is struck on the pad. May have been a bit of bat involved. So not 78 for 1 against Durham, and bottom side Leicestershire 85 for 2 at Derby. In Division 1, champions Surrey, well, they don't need to worry that Lancashire are 92 for 1 at Old Trafford. Second placed Hampshire won't get on the field against Warwickshire at Edgbaston before lunch as Hudson Prentice bowls, and well, that's off a thick edge from Lloyd down to third man. I don't think it'll reach the boundary. Again, it wasn't quite under control, but wouldn't have carried to gully, and it'll be 2 runs, 63 for 1. Elsewhere, Yorkshire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, the bottom side, 75 for 4. Northants against Essex. Essex 94 for 3. Nick Brown made 49. Cook Surrey 31. 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson. Hudson Prentice in to bowl. Flicked away on the leg side by Lloyd for a single. Lancashire against Surrey. Lancashire 96 for 2. Oh, we've given you that. So Jennings is 38 not out. Kent against Somerset has just started, and Somerset 9 for 1. Tom Lammonby going early to Matthew Quinn. That at Canterbury. So a full round of matches, and all but one of them underway. Hudson Prentice is into bowl to Gill, who blocks that one on the offside. No run. Shubman Gill 22 and 11 against Middlesex at Lords in a couple of weeks ago. 92 against Worcestershire in this opening match. Missed the win over Derbyshire because of flu. 64 for 1 are Glamorgan. Lloyd on 40. Gill has 3. And we have, bizarrely, 7 minutes to go until lunch because of the strange timings, if the scoreboard is to be believed. So I'm amazed they haven't added the extra half hour to go on until 1 o'clock. It would make far more sense.
But here we are.
Perhaps lunch is on a cooker that's been timed to get the players noshed ready at 12:30.
That'll be it. Have a change of bowling from a Cromwell Road end. Hunt is in for Curry. So just having a bit of a mix-up just before lunch here.
5th bowler in the 13th over.
It's crazy, isn't it? Makes up a right. Oh, left arm round into a right-hander. It's kept very. It's just bottom edge that. It looks like he was looking for it to just kick it away from his stumps there. I don't think it was anywhere near.
Well, if anyone's got to kick it away, David Lloyd's probably the best player in the Glamorgan side in terms of football skills.
Did see him this morning warming up with a bit of fitty.
Yes, Glamorgan routinely play football with a mix of abilities, but Lloyd fancies himself. I think he has been known to play a bit in the winter.
And again, just block hole length there, dug out well by Lloyd there, who is on 40 runs of 41 deliveries.
And is a keen supporter of Wrexham AFC in the National League, or Hollywood-owned Wrexham, as we're obliged to describe them these days, coming to a documentary series near you.
Hunt trundling in again. It's just full of a length. It's driven, but Point comes around to pick it up, and a dot ball again for Hunt. So it's good to start his spell here.
Lloyd, indeed, in one of his social media profiles, describes himself as a midfielder with Glamorgan.
Oh, that's cracking. Hunt turning at the top of his mark. A little bit more cloud over top of us at the moment. But here we go, just short of length. Oh, he's just missed. He's attempted to pull that, but ended up the keeper palmed it down to fine leg there. He just passed it back around the field, and I think that signals sort of buys by the umpire.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it might have flicked a glove on the way through, but Tia's potential embarrassment is lifted.
Yeah. That's giving the ball a little bit of looking after now. We had a lot of this during this county championship season of ball changing. very, very quickly. So, and again, a short of length that's punched wonderfully off the back foot, but cut off by the man in at cover there. Tumbling stop.
Yeah, good work by Jack Carson, who's performed well against Glamorgan in past seasons. Had a really good game at Sapphire Gardens last season, the young spinner.
Hunt coming in, left arm round against right-hander. It's just flicked off his hip there. That's fine. Now comes round to pick it up, chokes it back to the keeper, which brings the end of the over going for just 2 runs. So Glamorgan move on to 66 for 1.
And they'll be pretty happy with the first hour, apart from Eddie Byram, if they survive the next over. And get to lunch with 1 down. Chloe Brewer will be back with us in the afternoon session. Adrian Harms drops in beside us because BBC radio listeners in the Sussex area have to be fully informed in the next few minutes, as Hudson Prentice is in to bowl to Gill, who's hit on the pads. Getting a bit cloudier now.
Yeah, there's a bit of sort of cloud drifting down. I think this is the way it's going to be, Nick. It's a breezy day, and we're going to get these banks of clouds sort of coming down from the north. So they're making their way over the North Downs, which are in the distance. Well, it's not the South Downs, I should say. But behind it, there's some brighter skies. But it is distinctly chilly here. Glamorgan, though, a good start, Nick. I think there's been some wayward Sussex bowling, which has been a feature of this season.
Hudson Prentice is in to bowl to Gill on the back foot, defends into the offside, no run.
Well, it has kept low, hasn't it, being bowled from this sea end? I thought that kept a little low on Gill as well. I just wondered, Nick, whether Glamorgan winning the toss and batting, that may have been several factors. I just wonder whether the fact that Glamorgan spent quite a lot of time in the field last week, whether an extra day's feet up for the bowlers might have been welcome for Glamorgan.
That's a good point, actually. Yes, it was Tuesday to Friday last week, wasn't it? So they've only had 2 days between matches, and Glamorgan left rather early yesterday, I'm told. Hudson Prentice bowls and Shubman Gill defends back to the bowler. I was told it was an 8 o'clock leave from Sapphire Gardens because coaches tend to take their time because of driving regulations and things, and it's not helped when one of your playing staff forgets an item of kit and they have to pop back again.
That must have been a lot of kit to make it worth going back, I would imagine, like all of it.
As Hudson Prentice charges in and bowls, and that's defended by Gill back to the bowler.
I wouldn't have thought he was very popular, to be honest, said individual.
He might have had to buy the first round of coffees when they got here or whatever. Hudson Prentice charging in with his... Is this a ponytail or a man bun?
Well, it's a bit of both. When he takes it out of that man bun or ponytail, whatever, he's got really long hair. That's Hudson Prentice, really long, yeah.
As he runs into bowl to Gill and beats him outside off stump. And Glamorgan will be happy when this over is over and they can head off for that early lunch, we presume, or not early lunch, but on-time lunch, despite only starting at 11:30. Yes, it's more the volume of a man bun, but you think of a man bun of being more towards the top of the head, don't you? But maybe that's not aerodynamic for a seam bowler.
I'm not really up on the difference between the two, Nick, I have to say.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Gill drives out into covers, but it's to wide mid-off, in fact, and it's fielded by Ashram, who is wearing the numbers 00, and that is the end of the morning session here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Glamorgan having been put into bat loss. Byram caught Tia Curry for 21. David Lloyd, though, is 40 not out, having dropped at slip-off. Curry on 19. Shubman Gill is 4 not out. Glamorgan are 66 for 1.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick, to the players leaving the field. A couple of emails we've had through that I'll just rattle through because people have been good enough to send them through. Peter Colborne's been in touch. He says, thanks for the team of commentators for another season of commentary. My thoughts on Delray Rawlings, that maybe he's better suited to the one-day game. Looking at the Cricinfo stats, last year he had 4 first-class wickets at an average of 143. This year he's bowled more county championship overs than any other Sussex bowler, with a return of 13 wickets at 68. Add to this a batting average in the 20s, it's probably no surprise that James Coles is being preferred. Frustrating as Delray is clearly a very talented cricketer, but for whatever reason the 4-day game isn't really working for him. The applause is just as the players leave the field. Another disappointing for Sussex, but I do have a lot, he says, in exclamation marks, of sympathy for the management team, given the extraordinary number of injuries to the bowlers. At least the batting has perked up thanks to Pujara and Alsop, and new bowlers Curry and Cabellas are performing well. For next season we need an overseas bowler like Steve McGoffin. Oh, there you are now. Wouldn't that be good? Someone injury-free who can run in all day and take hatfuls of wickets. Peter, that is exactly what Sussex need. They are out there. I think it's a very important winter for Sussex in terms of recruitment, making sure that they bring in the right players.
This morning's play, Sussex bowled well, and I thought that Curry bowled outstandingly well from the far side. Very unlucky not to get a wicket. Catch, straightforward catch, dropped at second slip. One thing I thought, though, with Ashraf, I thought it was very difficult. We were out there at the start at the toss to come up the hill into the gale, and somebody who just arrived from overseas, not easy. And I thought perhaps they might have given him a bowl at the far end coming down the distinct slope here. But there we are. We'll see what happens this afternoon. And Lloyd, as this is wont, won't die wondering because A, he's captain, B, he's in good nick on that 330 not out in the last game. And he wants to keep it as captain as positive as he can.
Fahim Ashraf, just to pick up on Edward's point, 3 overs, 0 for 21. He's come over for the last 3 games of the season. Not easy coming into a side that isn't performing as well, but Sussex, having a look what Sussex have missed this season, is an overseas bowler, and I'm sure that's what Sussex are thinking, but is he the answer to the question? Certainly on the evidence of wickets, he hasn't had a good time over here, so there'll be a decision to be made there. But I think when you're looking at overseas, Edward, you're looking for someone who's going to be around in all formats and around all, I mean, I guess Michael Hogan would be a great example of that.
Oh, it'd be a huge loss, and it'll be Curry to restart, then bowling to Lloyd, who leaves outside the off stump as we hope that these dark clouds will scuttle away to the east. Am I right?
Yeah. So I think everything's coming in from sort of the northwest, which is that top left-hand corner where the players' pavilion is.
Focus the rest of the game is.
Yeah. No. I think it is. I think it's good for the rest of the game. No, not too many problems.
Next ball is short. It's trying to be pulled away on the onside, and it just hits Lloyd in the midriff. And just corrected me, it isn't.
Well, yeah, it's Sean Hunt who's coming in from that. So right. Sussex with 2 left armers. So Sean Hunt, Brad Curry has come in as a replacement for Henry. I think he was a bit unlucky to miss out last week, Brad Curry. But I think Sussex are just rotating bowlers, having a look at
5th bowler. Who is it?
Yes.
Yes, they're very similar in stature as well. He's coming around the wicket and bowls to the right-handed Lloyd. Lloyd drives nicely, but straight to mid-off, and there will be no run. The only man out, Byram, who just got a feather on one to 18-year-old wicketkeeper Tier off Curry for 21. And the ground is looking good. And I was a little worried this morning because the last time we came here, as Nick said last year, for an evening match, it was called off at 5 o'clock. Next ball is well wide of the off stump and goes straight through to Tier. But I think the problem was the outfield down here was damp where the slope goes.
Yes, it was.
I think it was well protected this morning.
I have to say the outfield here I think is magnificent. I think
beautiful,
Ben Gibson and his side, and we're lucky enough to be able to walk on the outfield at these grounds, even test match grounds, Edward, and I don't think there's many better than Hove, to be honest. It really is like a carpet out there.
I walked out at Lord's last week and that was very, very similar. Yes, Hunt, he's coming in and bowls short, that's pulled away, and that might just go for 6. Has it? Yes, it has. It cleared everything short, and he was onto that like a shot. Of a man who says, yes, I'm in a fairly good nick at the moment. And certainly was with that 313 not out against Derby. He hasn't had a good season at all. I think earlier on, Nick was describing his average all of a sudden went from 24 to 34. I think the ball's got lost.
Well, I think the ball's gone out the ground. So Brenda, who's always comes out of the pavilion with the box of balls for the umpires.
I think I remember Brenda.
Yes, Brenda's always here.
Yeah.
I have to say, Edward, it's a little bit of a bugbear of mine that I think this changing of the ball takes far too long.
Please don't start me off.
I mean, what? I mean, I've got both umpires going over and looking at the balls, and I just wonder whether maybe the umpire could have a couple of spare balls in their pocket, that if a ball does get hit out the ground or it goes out of shape, which they have done with alarming regularity this year.
It's been dreadful.
But it just takes so long, and it just takes all the impetus out of the game. I don't understand, not just here at Hove, but round the country. These So if the umpire's had a ball in each pocket that's about 20, 30 overs old, however old the innings is,
that's a very good point, actually, and I would agree with you 100%.
It takes so long.
And if Mr. Strauss has his way, we might be using Kookaburra balls next year.
We might be.
But who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, lots of good. I mean, I think the one thing we do, one thing we do know is that the schedule is going to, or the amount of matches is going to stay the same next year.
But what happens the year after?
Well, that's the big question, and I'm sure there's lots of debate and meetings to be held over the next few months.
All is well. We're going to resume as Hunt comes in from the Cromwell Road end, bowled short again, and that'll be 4 more. God, got to pitch it up on this pitch.
6 more.
And that hasn't gone out to the ground as the previous one did. So 6-6, he gets to 50, and Lloyd's 50 coming up, and we've got a
49 balls, I think.
49, yeah, it's got 46 here. I think next computer is yeah, it's a ball behind, but
extraordinary over after lunch.
Extraordinary indeed. 12 runs in the last 2. He's shot from up to 52 now, and the score is shot up at 76 for 1. Glamorgan then put their foot down. Lloyd has, and 2 sixes off that over from Hunt, because there's not a huge amount of pace, but if you pitch short, you're asking for trouble. Surprised he didn't have a man out there, actually.
Yeah. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Wales. Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan, your commentary team, as in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice from the C end of the ground, running into bowl to Gill. It's short down the leg side, it's clipped away, and that's going to see if they're leg byes or if they are runs. They are indeed runs, and Sussex again wayward. I thought they were wayward this morning, with the exception, as Edward was saying, of Brad Curry, but it's down the leg side, and Gill just tucking inside the line and easing the ball down to fine leg for a boundary. So we've had 16 runs have come off the first 7 balls since lunch, and Glamorgan rattling along 82 for 1, and we're only in the 16th over of the innings. 2 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off, there's a mid-on mid-wicket, a deep square, and a fine leg who had no chance of cutting that off. Hudson-Prentice runs away from us, in and bowls, and Gill clips that one back to the square on the leg side and picks up another single. He goes to 9, the total to 83 for 1. If you'd like to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at NickWebb 2017. Clive Jacobs has been in touch. I don't think I've read your email, Clive, before lunch. I'll read it now. He says, thanks for the commentary, but championship results have been disappointing for Sussex. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls outside the off stump. Oh, that's a poor bit of keeping by Tier. The ball goes straight through him. Has he hurt his hand? No, I think it's just a poor bit of keeping, and it's a bye.
People who know me and listen to me and Nick will bear me out. I always have a chat about third man. And Glamorgan, I was delighted to have had a third man all season. Now, I don't think the way that he's bowling, he needs 2 slips. Obviously, you've got to take wickets, but I think a third man would be very useful here. Or a deep extra cover at this stage, because there's nothing really past the bat here with Hudson-Prentice.
He's running away from us to bowl to the right-handed Gill. He's in the balls, and Gill down the left side. That's a much better take by Tier, and there is no run. Just finish this email. He says, the emergence of Ali Orr this year has been as a multi-format opener as a highlight of the season, as has been the sublime batting of Bajara, who lit up the season in the 50-over white ball games, as well as excelling in the red ball format. Top order have all had some good knocks, but too often they've not batted as a unit often enough these last 2 years. I mean, I would agree. I think the Sussex batting has improved. Ali Orr has emerged as as you say, a multi-format opener. A wonderful innings at 200 down at Taunton.
I read that, yes.
Edward, that was a wonderful knock. But it's the bowling. I sound like a broken record. When your leading wicket taker has only taken 17 wickets, it's going to be a problem. Hudson-Prentice away from us comes in and bowls to Gill, who drives onto the onside, fielded at mid-on by Jack Carson. There is no run. Clive goes on to say, with no first-choice attack apparent and with so little experience in the bowling ranks, it's hardly surprising Sussex struggled to take 20 wickets. Not that this is news to Sussex fan. Something has to change, and now. My regards, Clive. Thank you, Clive, for getting in touch. Hudson Prentice back to his mark, running in from the C end of the ground past a pile of sawdust. Runs into bowl to Shubman Gill. He's in and bowls, and Gill, I think that came off the pad down towards fine leg, and it's just going to be the one run. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. And there is no signal, so obviously came off the bat. So another single to Gill. He goes into double figures on 10. Glamorgan at the end of the 16th over are 85 for 1 with Lloyd on 52. If you missed it earlier on the man out, Ed Byron, who was caught behind by Charlie Tier over the bowling of Brad Curry for 21. Email in from Phil from Newmarket. Who says, final knockings of the season. I wanted to thank you and your many co-commentators around the country for this county season. Listening to you all whilst watching the live stream has been a pleasure. The interesting and often humorous conversation supplementing to the Cricket On show. As someone who works from home, I'll just break off as Sean Hunt comes in.
He's coming in to bowl to Gill, and Gill leaves 3 slips. That's a better line than he bowled at the end of the last over when the ball disappeared for 2 successive sixes.
Goes on to say, as somebody who works from home, I do feel that you've helped me with my mental health and general well-being this summer. I'm grateful to you all for regularly bringing Sussex into my lounge throughout the season. It's been an up and down year, as I guess was to be expected in the future of the county championship. Still seems clouded in doubt, but as long as you are commentating on matches and the live streams exist, I will be watching.
85 for 1, in comes the next ball. Well, there's an appeal for LBW, and eventually at the end of it all, we've got 4 runs, 4 leg buys. Well, that was drifting down. I think that was a very ambitious shot, and then it slowly went down as the umpire said, not out. 4 more runs to Glamorgan, and they're rattling along now. They're 89 for 1. A word about Gill. I confess I hadn't heard much about him, and until I looked him up, he was the captain in Year A in, I forget who they were playing, but he spoke, I think, to the board and said, or he said, or they said, yeah, more beneficial for you to play a bit of county cricket. And he is I watched his first innings when he got 92, and just break off, and in comes Hunt and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Thought I'd just give him the kiss of death in a moment, because one of his first shots, and I think Chloe referred to it in her commentary, where he just leant on it, and all of a sudden just going up towards the long off boundary. He looks very well organised, and what opening batsman or number 3 batsman for India isn't these days. And to get to India A, you're supposed to be captain. Is no mean feat. And he's facing now as Hunt comes in and clips that away, walks across his stumps, and there is an appeal, not from the bowler, I may add.
No.
Another, in the match where he got those runs, the umpire did the same as they've done to Marnus Labuschagne, and that is, Adrian, going down the wicket to advance before the ball comes, and you're not supposed to do it, really. But I can't see the difference between that and going down the pitch to a spin and hit him over the top.
No, I would agree.
Yes, and they just stopped him doing it. And Hunt, much better length this over, bowls. And this is clipped, and it is sort of half stop. There is no run as the sun shines upon us, and there's a lot of black cloud moving away. Off you go, up to Guildford or whatever. And there's some more coming away to our left.
Yeah, I mean, actually, where it is coming from, the northwest corner of the ground, it is very great. The only thing I would say, Edward, is that the ground staff generally gather when rain is imminent.
Same everywhere, isn't it?
And they haven't gathered yet, which is good.
And the next ball is short, and
another drop.
A very difficult drop. It's 4 runs because it is lifted and it was going at the batsman, at the fielder's throat. This time it wasn't Clark. Who was the third slip?
Ali Orr.
But I'm going to be kind and watch this on the replay. I may be wrong, but I thought that flew.
I thought it flew very quickly, and you're quite right. It wasn't. It was quite difficult. It went very quickly. Quite difficult to adjust to adjust. But I guess it would go down as a chance, Edward. Technical chance.
Yeah.
No, I mean the Clark one was a straightforward chance, but that wasn't quite such a. That was a difficult chance. Tom Alsop has retrieved the ball down below us, and Finn Hudson Prentice to carry on. And here come the floodlights. I'm not surprised, actually.
Yeah.
The lights are, but since we've only had 3 overs since lunch, And Glamorgan have scored, is that 27?
93, yeah.
27 since lunch in 3 overs.
2 sixes helped.
Yes, it did. Yeah, 12 on 2 balls, and then there were 9 off that over. So Sussex need to put the brakes on here because Glamorgan off to a flyer. In comes Hudson Prentice to bowl to the right-handed David Lloyd, and Lloyd lets that one go through to wicket-keeper Tier, and there is no run.
And the batsman to come is quite a strong sort of open and middle order. You've got Gill, then you've got Sam Northeast, he of the 410 not out a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And there's Billy Root, you've got Chris Cook. And as you go down to the bottom, James Harris has got 100 in first class cricket, and really down towards number 10. It's a good batting side, so they want to build on this.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and Lloyd clips this one and clips away down to deep backward square, fielded way out in the distance by Ali Orr, who gets a good throw in to wicket-keeper Charlie Tier, but not before Lloyd has gone through for his 53rd run. Morgan to 94 for 1 on a breezy day and a cold day.
But do you know what I did this morning before breakfast? I thought I'd take a walk in my just my shirt, short-sleeved shirt, down to get the newspaper, which I've been in a tiny little booth. I've been doing it for years. I'll carry on afterwards.
Hudson Prentice in. Bowls, and Gill eases that one down to deep backward square. They've taken one. I think they'll come back for a second. There should have been a second run there. It's footed way down in the distance by Sean Hunt, who gets in the throw, but Gill happy with a single. He goes to 15, 95 for 1.
Well, I'd walked 20 yards, Adrian. I thought, is this a wise thing to do? A short-sleeved shirt. So I hurried my step and came back, and it was quite sharp at about 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. Was it raining then?
No, it wasn't raining. Have I told you the story about the Glamorgan coach? I don't think I have I? Not Matthew Maynard, but the 10-wheel coach.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, good delivery, beats Lloyd outside the off-stumper, playing a miss through to keep a Tier. There is no run.
As they do in a 4-day game, the coach that brought Glamorgan down goes back to Cardiff because, you know, we've been idle for 4 days. It was more business back home. So they were told, oh, we'll get you a coach. Yeah, the coach will be waiting. So out they went and rang several people and said, don't know anything about this, no, nothing around. So in driving rain, they had to go back to the ground, or go to the ground with a kit. And that was about 8:30.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Lloyd beaten outside the offside. A couple of good deliveries from Hudson Prentice through to Tier, no run. So the players had to walk from the hotel with their kit to the ground because no coach turned up.
Correct.
Wow. Oh, I'd imagine someone might have had their collar felt about that, I would imagine.
Hogan was telling me the story. I had to walk with all that kit. I said, well, you don't need any batting kit, Michael, with all respect, because you're an original number 11. He said, half an hour. And I said, how long? Well, it took me 20 minutes last year. And then he said, I had my kit with me.
In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls. Lloyd is forward. A good length delivery pushes into the offside. A well-taken single by David Lloyd to Tom Haynes at mid-off. It is the end of the over. Much better over from Sussex. Just the 3 singles conceded. On a blustery day here, we'll turn our effects microphone up and you'll get an idea of just how blustery it is. 96 for 1. Lloyd 54. Gill on 15. And it's definitely jumper weather, although some of the Sussex players haven't got jumpers on, but it's got that sort of autumnal feeling, hasn't it, Edward?
Oh, definitely.
I think it's meant to be warming up as the week goes on. I think Thursday, is it Wednesday or Thursday is meant to be a decent day?
Just as well we're not playing Friday.
No, I think the weather's awful Friday.
Horrendous.
Yeah, I think we'll get heavy rain and we'll be done and dusted by then. But in the here and now, Sussex could do with a couple of wickets because Glamorgan, we've only had 18 overs in this championship match, and they're going along as if it's a one-day match. They're going on 5 and over, Edward.
Yes, that's how they've started the last couple, except the game against Middlesex when Roland Jones and Murtagh were hurtling in and taking wickets. Still the 3 slips, so they are attacking. They want wickets. Sussex.
Yeah, they do.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and Lloyd is beaten with a not very good shot there. He just fished, if you like. I think that's the right description. Outside the off stump, trying to work it down to a vacant third man. And he missed it.
Worcestershire have lost another wicket, which is not good news for Glamorgan. And it's Jack Haynes who's the man out for 20. Worcestershire now 46 for 3. Don't despair though, because you never know. They've got a good seam attack of Worcestershire.
So sorry. So Middlesex.
Well, yeah, a good toss to win, I think.
Yeah. There's Hunt. He comes in and bowls, and that's very wide of the off stump. And the keeper has to move across it.
But rain elsewhere, rain at Northampton in the game between Northampton and Essex. It's raining at Edgbaston, Warwickshire and Hampshire. It's raining at Headingley, Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. It has been raining quite a bit at Worcester, so we've probably been fairly fortunate.
More of it than Worcester. Shouldn't say that. Here is Hunt. He's racing in from that far end and bowls, and this just pushed away. They go for a quick single and will get there quite easily. Just looking back, last time we were together down at Cardiff, Sussex made 376 in their first innings. Good effort and an excellent 185. Molly Carter was not playing in this game.
No.
Colin Ingram got 178, Byram 176. Glamorgan gained a lead of 118. And then Sussex 258 all out, Carter 83 again. But Glamorgan were just left as the next ball is wide and left. Only had 141 to chase in 43 overs, and they won by 5 wickets. So plenty of runs, plenty of wickets. But Ollie Carter, he's dropped, is he?
Yeah, he's been in and out the side. I mean, that was his top scores of the season. He would have been Did he keep wicket in that match, or did Tim Seifert? I forget. I think
Tim Seifert got Norton something.
Yes, yes. So Ollie Carter has been the first choice wicket keeper, but he's not had a great time with the gloves.
Hunt bowls left by. So
they want to have a look at Charlie Tier, who's this 18-year-old who's has played for Scotland under 19s. His mother is Scottish, but still very much hoping that he might have a career with England in the future. Who knows? He's been under the eye of Chris Adams down at Seaford College.
Right.
Batted very nicely at Durham last week, but he's in the side for his keeping because that's where. I just want to see what he's like with the gloves on.
Next ball is left. He's just bowling a little bit too wide at the moment. His Hunt is the black clouds.
Oh, they look ominous, don't they, Edward?
They looked ominous most of the time, but they haven't dropped anything.
I mean, actually, I'm still looking again for the ground staff who are nowhere to be seen, and so Ben and his team always got a good idea of.
Yeah. Every ground you go, there's someone at the far end.
That's Tamal Mills wandering along at the far end.
He's not going to.
No, he's not going to bring the covers on. No, I'm surprised Tamal's not over. He's still recovering from this injury that he's had.
Left arm around the wicket, bows, and this is clipped away. Hacker it over again by Hunt, and Glamorgan comfortably now 99-for-1, and Lloyd leading the way again in this innings. 55 not out. Gill is not out 15, and just looking, there is blue sky behind them. They're moving pretty quickly.
They are. I think if we do get an interruption, it will be fairly. The people who deserve a pat on the back today are the spectators, because it's very cold. Update to do, and then we'll pass the microphone over. As in comes Hudson Prentice running away from us. He's in and bowls. He's hit on the pads is David Lloyd. The ball bounces down the track and there is no run.
Yeah, I think it was going down. Whenever you see a wicketkeeper moving down to the leg side, it gives it away. But the umpire, Paul Baldwin, not interested there.
2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg all the way down the distance as Hudson Prentice turns and runs away from us, running away from us, in and bowls. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Very cloudy and overcast here at Hove. The floodlights are on. It's very breezy and cold as well, and feels very autumnal. We have got cricket though, and for that we're very pleased. Sussex though not having a good time of it, not for the first time this season. Glamorgan are 99-for-1. We're just in the 20th over of the day. David Lloyd is on 55. Shuman Gill is on 15. The man out was Ed Byron, who was caught by Charlie Tier, the young 18 18-year-old Sussex wicket-keeper off the bowling of Brad Curry for 21. A couple of drop catches haven't helped Sussex's cause either. So Glamorgan going along very nicely here. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, Surrey, the county champions, looking to finish the season undefeated. And Lancashire batting first are 117 for 2 up at Old Trafford. Was that another chance?
No.
Right. So an edge from David Lloyd. It just dropped short of Tom Alsop at first. I just thought for a moment that had carried through to Alsop.
Well, 2 have gone through slip today, second and third slip. The first one by Clark, I'm afraid, was straight in and out. Comfortable catch. The third one went flying.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Lloyd, who's solidly fought a ball of good length, punches to mid-off, there is no run. Settling to a groove here, Finn Hudson Prentice, who's missed so much of the season with a stress fracture of the back. He's been feeling his way back in, was explaining to me in the last game here against Worcester that under sort of ECB regulations and recommendations about how much you can bowl when you've had a stress fracture, he was quite restricted in terms of how much he could bowl, which could well be why he didn't play at Durham last week. I think Sussex is just managing Finn at the moment, but he's missed so much cricket, which is hugely disappointing for him. He's in on bowls, and Lloyd works that one down to fine leg. I'll just turn our FX microphone down a little bit because that'll tell you just how breezy it is here at Hove. One more to Lloyd, and the 100 up for Glamorgan in the 20th over, so they're rattling along here at 5 and over. And if the light holds, there's a lot of cricket to be played here today. There's still another 68 overs.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to get 400, but Glamorgan were almost there. They got 380 in the first day against Derbyshire, but as you say, you must get the proper weather for that.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, clipped away by Gill. That's a nice looking shot and a good bit of fielding by Jack Carson at mid-on. Prevents that going for anything more than a single. That is the end of Hudson Prentice's over. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. Glamorgan are 101 for 1. Lloyd is on 56. Gill is on 16. I'm going to leave you with Edward, and Chloe Brewer's going to come have a natter for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yes, positive start here as Chloe comes back into the commentator's chair. She'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. So, afternoon, Chloe.
Afternoon. Is it on? There we go.
Not a particularly nice afternoon weather-wise, but a good afternoon for Glamorgan. His hunt is in, bowls. Lost his line in the last over or so, bowling a little wide outside the off stump. Still maintaining three slips. When Nick comes on to join you, he'll tell you all about my fondness for a third man.
Okay.
Because I counted, I said I was going to count all season, but I counted in the last game, and Derby had 44 runs going down there.
Oh, wow.
In comes Hunt and bowls. It's bowled about middle and leg, which is played back. He turns him around just a little to short extra cover. It's something I feel strongly about, because Glenn McGrath, the great Australian bowler, said that when I'm bowling well, I can do without a fine leg and a third man.
Okay.
And knowing him, he did mostly bowl rather well.
So what would you put, fine leg over to third man?
No, I'll have both.
You just have both?
Yeah. In comes Hunt, bowls again. Short, cut away 4 runs. Beautiful bit of time in there. And I said earlier, I remember you remarking when I was off air that, remember that first shot Gill played up there, and he said, oh, that went quickly, well timed, and he's a beautiful timer of the ball. And I noticed that in his first innings. The first time I ever saw him was a couple of weeks ago when he got that 90 odd. And that one, if you bowl anywhere near short to him or half volleyish, he's onto it like a flash. Takes the score to 105 for 1. There's a Hunt. Comes in again, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, and this time there's no run. He's got a lot of money down here in Sussex. They've got the lights on, all this electricity that is costing them, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll cost an arm and leg, won't it?
Plenty of money down here. That's the gentleman on your left. Don't know, he needs to work, really, Adrian. Wealthy young man. He had a terrible look then. In comes Hunt from that far end and bowls and is driven. Another nice looking shot that was parried at cover, and it's just a single. Score moves on to 106 for the loss of just one wicket. I get to terms with the scoreboard. When I go to a ground where I haven't been for a while, and these modern scoreboards are up, you've got to get to look around and how many overs have gone, etc., etc. Anyway, I can tell you it's 106 as Hunt left arm round the wicket, bowls an appeal for LBW, and that's out. It looked out from here, he played across it, so Hunt gets the wicket. And we seem to have lost the line here. Everything went... nothing in my ears at all, but no. It's going on and off. Well, I'm losing the cue, but not to worry. I can tell you that David Lloyd has gone for a well-made 56, and they needed that wicket, did the home side. And it's 106 for 2, and Hunt gets a deserved wicket because he had bowled pretty well since the interval.
That's definitely what Sussex need, really. Just have 2 wickets down. Well, I did a little bit of damage after being dropped earlier.
Yes,
today.
After hitting those 2 sixes, he really looked as if he was going to get another 100. So that's the end of Lloyd, and the new batsman due. Anyhow, whether he'll come in, it's going to be Sam Northeast. A couple of months ago, hit that 410, a quite astonishing innings, to score 400 in an innings, and broke all sorts of records. Who knows if David Lloyd had been a selfish Glamorgan captain, he might have gone on last week. But he did pull in at 330.
That's a serious amount of runs back end of a season, isn't it?
Well, yes, and he could have gone on and broken all records up at Leicester, but Glamorgan decided on the last day they declare, because Leicester scored 550, and a lot of people went home thinking, well, they're not going to bowl them out, and they did bowl them out in the final innings of the match. Well, they didn't quite go to tea, but it's just as well that they did declare, because the main thing, Glamorgan won the game. That was the last ball of the over, and
Hudson Prentice to come in from the seat end. And he comes, and that's driven, and they've taken his cheeky single there, flash at the stumps. But stolen a single from a has Gill. Northeast now the new batters on strike to face his fast ball from Hudson Prentice. Just having a little bit of a look at the wicket, just taking his guard.
yes, he didn't. There was a family illness in the last game. He did bat, but against Derbyshire, he didn't get many. He was bowled for 22 and hasn't scored a great number of runs since the 410. Why do you have to if you get 410 not out?
Yeah, that's very true.
I've done my job for the summer.
In comes Hudson Prentice, just on a length. Oh, he's got a little bit fishing outside his off stump there. It's just beaten his outside edge, gone straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, good. I fancy it's just doing a little bit with this atmosphere, and also there's got to be some sort of residual dampness in the pitch after the overnight rain, because we've seen a third slip has been brought in now for the new batsman, so they've got to keep their line and bowl accurately now and try and get a few more poles.
Yep, definitely. As Hudson Prentice comes in again, just short of length this time, and that is a incredible tumbling stop there from cover. If he didn't stop that was 4 runs all day long.
It was a lovely shot and
really
equally good fielding. I think it was Hunt, wasn't it? The bowler.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Curry. Yeah, same size, same action.
There we have it. Hudson Prentice just turning back to the top of his mark. New batter yet to get first run on the board. And he comes, bowls just on a length, defended underneath northeast eyes there, and another dot ball.
Well, we're surrounded by black clouds, but very good news is I reckon in about 10 minutes we'll see blue sky and lighter clouds.
Yeah, I reckon
Sounds
so.
very boring talking about the weather, but it's so essential in cricket.
Yeah, it all comes into play, doesn't
First thing
it?
you do when you wake up in the morning, when you play, or when you come to work, you just look up at the sky.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice in again, just on length, left alone by northeast there, and it's gone through to the keeper. Lots of chatter from the Sussex players.
Yeah, well, they've got two good players out. They want more.
No, we definitely can.
Kieran Carlson normally bats at 5. He has been left out because it hasn't been a particularly good season for him. It's still a pretty strong batting order.
In Hudson Prentice again, just on a length defended back to him. That brings the end of the over. Glamorgan are 107 for 2. Northeast is on 0 and Gill is on 22. What have you thought of this, well, this morning and after lunch so far?
Yes, good rate, and if they keep going like this, they'll have a substantial score. But Sussex's bowlers will have something to say, as Nick is prowling behind me. High time that he came to join Chloe.
There we have a little bit of musical chairs in the commentary box here. Lights are on down in Hove. It's very dark and gloomy overhead as Hunt is having a little bit of a discussion before he begins his 6th over. In he comes, a left arm round to the right hander, and that's defended just off the top shoulder of the bat there. This point comes round to pick it up. And pass it back out, and I am rejoined. Eventually.
I think we might have a problem that's not related to the headphones here.
There we are.
There
We're
we
back
go.
on. Back on. It's all a bit end of season-ish in terms of BBC equipment. I think it knows it's nearly done for the September.
Hunt again, left arm round, just slightly full of his time, and is driven, beating mid-wicket. So chase as they come back for 2. And he settles for 2 best. How have you found today's play?
Well, Glamorgan have gone at it hard, as you might expect. Sussex would be in a decent position if they'd taken the catches. Lloyd dropped on 19, went on to make 56, and then Gill edging one past or at slip on 10.
In again, just short of length, that's punched beautifully past point there, and that's 4 runs all day long. He didn't even have to hit that, he's just timed it beautifully.
Yes, you can tell that he's potentially a big international star of the future. Highly rated in India. His activities seem to be very closely followed by the many millions of Indian cricket fans. And I think he's reached the stage where the media even talk about who he might or might not be stepping out with.
Hunt coming in again from a Cromwell Road, and it's a full toss this time. It's just flicked into the leg side boundary, and that's a diving stop there from fine leg. It saved a 4, but they've come back for 2.
So if Edward Bevan is snapping him coming out of dinner, he can sell a few pictures to the Indian gossip magazines. Well, there seems to be some discussion as to his partner. They're having a look, the umpires, as we tend to cricketing matters, and it looks as though they're coming off. Is this because of a incipient shower, or because the lights got too bad, or possibly a bit of both?
Potentially rain.
Bit of rain in the air. Which is a stupid saying when you come to think of it, because where else is rain going to be other than on the ground, I suppose. 115 for 2 then, Glamorgan. North East has 30. North East is yet to score, rather. Gill has 30. And good to see Sam North East here, and I understand that things have improved rapidly on the family front. So best wishes to him, having been off the field for most of the match against Derbyshire, following his contribution. I'm not sure if this is going to be that long a delay, so enables me to have a look at a couple of emails. David Griffith's emails with regard to the high performance review, or the Strauss review, if you want to call it.
Does that mean he's not going to buy you a pint this week then?
Well, we're not at the same hotel because
Right, okay.
we booked separately for various logistical reasons.
Okay.
Edward's got the posh one, and I've got the mid-range one.
So I know whose expenses you're on this week then, Nick.
Oh, it's probably Radio Cymru paying for Edward, the Welsh language service.
Okay.
They're rolling it in it. 115 for 2. We have got players coming out onto the field from the pavilion away to our left at the top end of the ground. The lights still on, bit of blue sky, some more dark clouds, potentially rumbling in. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be one of those days, isn't it? And sometimes here you get lucky and it drifts around the downs and you don't get any rain. Other times we could get a deluge. But I think we're bound to get more interruptions throughout the day. I think the forecast for the rest of the match is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And this was always going to be the day where it was going to be a little iffy. But we've still got something like about 66 overs to be bowled today. I don't think we'll get anything like that, but I think we will stay on beyond the scheduled finish time, which is meant to be 6 o'clock, and I think all the time it's light enough. I think we'll keep Sunshine coming into bowl to Gill, who's forward and plays it straight back down the track. Hunt fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I often think at this time of the season that it's very much down to the umpires as well in terms of how much cricket we get. I have to say the game here against Worcestershire, where we did get quite a few interruptions, the umpires were excellent. They were very keen to get the players out as quickly as they could. And, let's hope that that's going to be the case in this game with Tom Lungley and Paul Baldwin, the umpires. And they seem very keen then, actually, to get ourselves back underway. Yep. In comes Hunt. Lights are still on, but bright sunshine. He bowls to Gill. Gill's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Just from the angle we were at, and we are no means wicket to wicket. We're looking over about second slip. That just looked to me as if it was perhaps sliding down the leg side, but perhaps it's best if we don't pass judgment on LBWs because we haven't got the best position. End of Sean Hunt's over, who's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 33. Glamorgan are 115 for 2, and as Nick was saying, we have had a reduction in overs, so we've got 61 overs left to be bowled tonight. Those clouds seem to be gathering again in that northwest corner of the ground, and
yeah, that's looking a bit grim, isn't it?
It does look grim. Yeah, that doesn't look great at all. So we need the wind to pick up and carry these showers through.
We're facing north from our commentary position at the sea end, looking up the ground as Hudson Prentice is in to bowl, and northeast is forward, pushing it on the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket by Carson, and there's no run.
We were discussing off air about Sam Northeast. He's obviously been an excellent acquisition, Nick. I think he's a very good cricketer, and I'm sure he might be a good captain one day as well. Good captain of Kent in the day.
Well, yes, he's led Kent and Hampshire. Obviously, David Lloyd is just taken over the job this season as Hudson Prentice bowls to northeast, 2 drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Generally, I mean, players get 2 or 3 years at the captaincy at least, so you'd expect to see Lloyd again in the job next season, unless he feels that it's had too much of an effect on his form before last week, that is. He had struggled for numbers for chunks of the summer. Hudson Prentice in to bowl to northeast, who's forward defending, and there is no run.
Plays all formats though, northeast, I guess.
Yes. But Kieran Carlson, who is the captain for the One Day Cup and vice captain for the other formats, is currently out of the side through lack of runs. But he's here, and we'll probably see him be racing to get on the field when a subfield is needed. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls very wide outside off stump. That's actually given wide. It's caught the end of Slip's fingers, I think, and they're through for a couple of extra runs, so that is 3 wides onto Glamorgan total. And when the poor Slip's actually tried to catch that.
It's Tom Alsop, who looks like he's caught on the end of the fingers there.
That's not what you want heading at you at slip, is it? It was too wide even for the diving Charlie Tier, and although Tier did his best to get in front of first slip, Allsop did get that on the fingers. 118 for 2. Hudson Prentice in to bowl, and Northeast hits that down into the ground. It bounces up to slip, and there's no run. If you're watching on the Sussex or Glamorgan streams, you'll be able to see what looks on the picture like a swathe of mud across in the crease area at either end. It doesn't look quite as bad as that close up, and it's certainly harder than it would suggest from those pictures at the moment anyway. As Hudson Prentice is in to bowl outside off stump, and that's allowed to go through by Northeast, in no hurry to get off the mark. As well as his 410, he followed that up with quite stupendous one-day innings at Worcester, setting a new record for Glamorgan in that format as well, with 177, I think it was, off the top of my head. As he and Billy Root laid about them. Root hitting 5 consecutive sixes at one point at New Road.
Off of... Was it Baker?
Now you're asking. No, it wasn't this young spinner, I don't think. Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls. Northeast hits this one over point. It's gone away for 4 runs. Was that hit down into the grounds, or was it on the full?
I think it might have been on the full. Hudson Prentice's reaction was that it wasn't that far away from Fahim Ashraf, who's at backward point, but it's flown away for 4 runs.
Yes,
I lost the flight of that.
So did I in this gloom, to be honest. As we've got the lights on, we've got dark grey clouds coming overhead. Yeah, I think that was a ball that flew past point on the full, and as you say, Ashraf did make some sort of token attempt at it, but it was well wide of him, and I think Northeast deciding it was a wide delivery, and he launched the kitchen sink at it.
Well, Brad Curry's back into the attack. I think he was the pick of the Sussex bowlers today. 6 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 1 for 21. He's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. It's very grey around Hove, but the floodlight's on, and we've still got cricket, is the good news. 3 slips and a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Brad Curry picking up the wicket. The first wicket to go down today, that of Ed Byram, who was caught by Charlie Tier for 21. So Brad Curry's going to be bowling to Shubman Gill. He's in over the wicket bowls, and Gill is forward and plays to mid-wicket, and Nick Blair is there. He just looks a good bat, doesn't he, Gill? You can just tell, it's a little bit like watching Labuschagne for Glamorgan. Just seems to have, the good players have time, Nick, and Gill seems to have plenty of time.
Yeah, certainly gave that impression, his debut knock of 92 at the start of the month. Didn't get among the runs at Lord's.
Changing the field, the third slip's come up to a very straightish mid-wicket. He's very close in there, Ali Orr. As Curry is in and bowled, and Gill clips this well. That's a beautiful shot, just clipped away for 6 runs. I mean, that was just effortless, wasn't it? It was just slightly pitched up middle of the leg, and he just clipped the ball away over backward square. It was effortless for 6 runs. That's the third 6 of the innings. What a shot that was!
Yeah, you don't expect 3 sixes in the first 20-odd overs, do you? In a county championship match, but nice little pick-up. And I'm seeing shorter boundaries on that side, on the pavilion side.
I agree.
That was pitched probably middle and leg, and just whipped away contemptuously almost.
Good adjective, like that, Nick. 36 to Gill. They've now got a man back at deep backward square. There's a fine leg as well, as Curry is in over the wicket bowls, and Gill drives straight down the ground. Curry takes the pace off the ball, and he's hurt his hand as Brad Curry, and that doesn't look good news. Oh, that's nasty.
Pretty firmly.
Yeah.
He probably had the thunk of bat on ball. He did middle that.
Yeah, that looks painful from Brad Curry. It was struck very firmly. Curry got his hand down, and he's now standing in the middle of the wicket. He's wringing his left hand. That was hit very firmly back. So, Naughty's very concerned for the Sussex camp, I have to say. But,
Come on, give the poor lad a bit of painkiller.
I was going to say, give him a pat on the back.
Magic spray.
Yeah. I'm not sure he's going to carry on here, you know. He's chatting away. Oh, he has got the ball back. He's chatting away to skipper Tom Lane.
It's not your bowling hand. Don't be so soft. Get on with it. Sympathetic lot, cricketers, aren't they?
They are. So, Curry again coming into bowl to Gill, who's on 36. He's in a bowl, and Gill clips this one away down to deep backward square, picks up another single. We've got some heavier cloud just drifting across the ground. I suspect we may have an interruption not that far away. And stop-start as far as Glamorgan are concerned, but I think they'll be very pleased with their position. 129 for 2. We're only in the 25th over of the innings, so Glamorgan continue to rattle along at 5 and over here.
Yeah, they've got to try and build big if they can. Obviously, targeting 400 ideally, but certainly a decent haul of bonus points from this game.
Curry in bowls to northeast, who clips this away through square leg. That's going to be 4 runs, and Sussex have leaked runs here. That's another delivery. It's on middle and leg, and northeast. The deep backward square would come up onto the saving 1 position. It was just clipped away effortlessly by northeast. He goes to 8, and Glamorgan to 132 for 2. Down at Worcestershire 84 for 3. So something of recovery there, led by
Come on, the pairs.
Azarelli, who's on 27, and Brett Doliveri, who's had a fine season. He's on 19. So we'll keep abreast of that. The Sussex over 8, not the best either. That's been a problem this season. -2 at the moment. It won't be helped by another delay as they think about a fielding change.
Glamorgan has so far scored 82 runs in boundaries out of the 133.
It's a great stat. Now, the third slip has again gone into that straightish mid-wicket. That's Ali Orr in there. And now there are 2 men back on the leg side as Curry is in bowls, and northeast to another delivery that's veering down the leg side. Fielded down here on the fine leg boundary by Fahim Ashraf, who gets in the throw. An expensive over from Brad Curry. Went for 12. And Glamorgan here 134 for 2, northeast on 9. Gill is on 37. The 2 men out. Ed Byram, who's out for 21. David Lloyd for 56. A wicket apiece for Sean Hunt and for Brad Curry. But Sussex just struggling here, Nick, to stem the flow of runs.
They are rather, and Gill is looking to take the attack to the bowlers, I think, at the moment, having made a quiet-ish start while David Lloyd is blasting away, but Lloyd having fallen, Gill seems to have tried to move up a gear or 2. He's on 37 off 51 deliveries. Sussex's over rate is -2 already, with multiple bowling changes among the seamers.
And multiple chats as well. I mean, we've got a change of bowling here again. It's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's come into the attack, but it just seems to take an age to set the field. And Sussex were deducted points at Lords and at Trent Bridge for a slow over rate. And they're going to fall. I mean, bear in mind, we've only had 25 overs. They're already at -2, which really doesn't augur that well.
So it's the stocky 18-year-old Dan Ibrahim, who is certainly powerful physique, particularly for his age. And he'll run up the hill from the sea end and bowl to Sam Northeast. 2 slips, and Northeast is just glancing one down to fine leg for a single. Fine leg's hat falls off, and they settle for a single.
Just wonder about, we were talking about Sam Northeast. I just wonder as well about his sort of influence around the group as well, Nick. He always seems to be very calm and
certainly out in the middle. That's the impression. I mean, I don't know him as a personality. He's always very amenable to the many post-match interviews he's done, but certainly when he's batting, he exudes an air of calmness. There's Ibrahim bowls, and well, that's a bizarre little shot from Shubman Gill. It's gone for 4 runs. It looked as though he was going to play it through mid-wicket. In the end, it's gone through wide, long on for 4, but that was a bit tennis style, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, I thought it was a poor ball. It You're absolutely right.
It's just a forehand down the line, if you like.
He almost sort of seems to be treating it as like a net almost, Gill, doesn't he? You know, that short, I'll just whack it for 4 runs. And in the last over, you know, little ball on middle of the leg and I'll just help it on its way for 6. It's a real exhibition.
41, but Glamorgan need substantial innings rather than just bright flashes as Ibrahim is in, bowls outside off stump. Gill cuts hard, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary and they will take a single. Gill moves under 42, Glamorgan 140 for 2. The flags are certainly flapping away above the old scoreboard building to our right.
I don't think the umpires, Nick, are that happy about the light at the moment. I'm sure Glamorgan won't want to go off.
No,
but it's. I reckon we're on the cusp here.
Yeah, yeah. The batters are certainly seeing it. It's whether the fielders are as well. As Ibrahim is into bowl and Northeast just drops it into the smallest of gaps on the offside and calls Gill through for a single.
It is a little brighter up in the northwest compared to what has sort of blown across the ground.
Sussex then getting the 6th bowler on in the 26th over. They had 5 in the first 13 with a few expensive spells early on as Ibrahim is into bowl. That's punched into the offside by Gill for a single. Was that a no ball? I thought I saw an arm outstretched. Yes.
Yes, you did.
From
Well
umpire
spotted.
Baldwin. So that's another 3 on the Glamorgan total. So Sussex, well, we're unsurprisingly yet to see spin, but the surprise is that they've gone through 6 seamers inside effectively a couple of hours play. We had an hour before lunch. It's an hour and 10 since we came back after lunch, but there was about 10-15 minutes off because of rain there. It's effectively 2 hours play as on the defensive goes Northeast there, pushing it up to Carson at mid-on, Carson being the off-spin option. Just looking through Sussex ranks, is that the only spin option?
Yes, it is.
Carson, no one
Yes.
else
No.
part-time twirler with, I suppose, Rawlins and Coles out to the side.
Yeah, you're right. They would have been the other 2.
Ibrahim runs away from us and bowls to Northeast, who puts that one through square leg. We'll pick up at least a couple. There's a good sliding stop on the square leg boundary and they settle for a couple of runs. Might have been a third had it been towards the end of a one-day game, but they've got plenty of time. 146 for 2, Adrian?
I think they're going to have a chat about the light here, Nick. Well, they looked at each other, but they're going off.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if that's rain or... I can't see any umbrellas up.
Thankfully, the glass in front of us is sloped, so we don't tend to get the rain directly onto it. But if we look to our left, is there a few spots developing on the side panel?
Yeah, I think it is.
There are indeed, and the ground staff are in action down beneath us, so it'll probably be at least another 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes as spectators run for cover. Edward, you can't have your tea yet. God, it's like being on a school trip. It's only 2:10. You can't have tea. Having had our lunch.
His way here. She's back alongside me. Yes, good afternoon to you. Yeah, how did the season go for you, Chloe? Or has anybody not asked you on this programme yet?
It went okay, actually. First half of the season, I had a small injury in pre-season, so I missed the T20 competition. Got a couple scores before 100s, and then got a late call up into a 100 team.
Good girl, well done. Did you get 100 anywhere in new games this season? Have you got 100?
No.
Not the 100, which is not my favourite subject, but 50s, plenty of 50s, no doubt.
50s, yeah. Never got a ton, actually.
Haven't you?
That's on my...
Oh, it'll come. It'll come, I've got no doubt. But enjoying about a bit of late cricket now with us in September.
Yeah, definitely. I should imagine there'll be a couple hand warmers in the boys' pockets today.
Yes.
Keeping their hands warm.
Right then, here we go again. And it's Glamorgan in the ascendancy at the moment. 141 for 2 and 43 to Gill. And he's about to face... Was it Curry?
Yeah.
I never know the difference. Curry and Hunt, they're very similar, aren't they? But he's Hunt comes around the wicket and Curry's coming over the wicket. And Gill is on 43. 2 slips. 1 slip has been done away with. And is he down at 3rd? No. Curry comes in then from that far end and bowls the first ball and rather turns Gill around. He's trying to shovel it away on the onside. Related this story a few times, and when you see potential greatness, no, he's not, he's only 23 and he's captain of England, of India A, but when I saw him get that 92, you think there's something in this fellow, and we've seen him play some glorious shots today as we did in his first innings, and I think he is going to be an excellent acquisition for India when he gets in that first team. Makes ball, good length ball and push back down the pitch. Probably put the kiss of death on him now.
Yeah.
But he looks a fine player.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was one of the standout shots for me earlier was the one where it's just short of a length and he's managed to perfectly split the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Which is a difficult shot to play.
Yeah.
There's a man on the drive now, so they've spotted his likeness for that onside. As in comes Curry, bowls again. That's driven. Oh my word, what a shot. That was exquisite. I would say probably the shot of the innings, as he's just leant into that and hit it part. A vacant extra cover for 4, which takes him on to 47.
Yeah, it's quite nice to just watch a batter. You haven't noticed he's actually crept up to 47 at the moment.
I'm just going to make that point, because you don't notice, do you, when you're watching a very, very good player.
Yeah, easy to watch.
That really went off the bat. And Glamorgan have gone over 150. 150 for the loss of those 2 wickets. Lloyd, they've got a half century. Byron, 21. And halfway through this over, Curry, who took the first wicket of Byram, comes in again and bowls, and this time it's just pushed away onto the onside and there's no run. 13 to Sam Northeast as Glamorgan try and get as many runs, because they've lost quite a number of overs during this first day.
Yeah, we've only got 52 overs left now in the day, so we've lost quite a lot of overs actually, which it seems like you guys are looking for a promotion. That's not what you want.
Certainly. Curry turns, comes in and bowls down the leg side. Not timed as well probably as you would have liked, but he does get a single down towards square leg, and I think he might have pinched. No, he hasn't. I think there's one more ball left. I think it was Nick who remarked that the scoreboard in olden days, not olden days, quite recent years, used to be bright and you could see every number on it, but I'm straining to get it, so you must bear with us if we I can see that Curry's in his 8th over. 1 for 18. 1 ball to go, and that tells us he bowled pretty well against a side that's scoring at nearly 5 and over. Last ball of the over. He's in now. Bowls to northeast. Northeast is caught at slip. Driving away from his body. Good catch. Low down. And it's caught by Allsop there. So success then from the last ball of the over. The northeast has really had a very unhappy time since he came back after that monumental 400. But it was a good catch, but driving away from his body.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, the rain delay wouldn't help batters here. Just keep on going on and off. You can't get into the groove of your innings, which doesn't help, seeing as though he hasn't got runs recently, but if you've got 400.
Yeah. That's a very good point, because the worst thing you can get is going in, coming back, taking guard again, and that. But credit to Curry, he's picked up 2 wickets now, and first bonus point in the game goes to Sussex, who've got their 3 wickets. So that is the end now then of Northeast. It looks like Billy Root as if he's coming in next. Johnny, did he think he came in at number 5? Looking back at the last game. Yes, he did. Billy Root, and made 79 against Derbyshire. Brother of course. And left-handed as opposed to his brother.
We're number 7.
Yeah, it is Billy Root.
Yeah.
So credit, as I say, to Curry, especially for sticking at it and getting the deserved success.
Yeah, I definitely found that he's hit his lines and lengths today more so than any other Sussex bowler. It's clearly paid off, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
Yeah, so we've got a change of bowling from the C end. It's Ibrahim into the attack. What did he bowl beforehand? His range delays have really thrown me off. But Ibrahim to bowl from the C end.
So we have another bowler.
A lot of changes
Yes, it has.
this morning.
We haven't seen him, I don't think, bowling this innings.
So he's bowled 1 over, which is throwing me off.
Anyway, he is going to bowl. So 6 bowlers used, all of medium pace. Breed medium paces down here, don't they? We haven't seen anything Carson's off spin. Keeper standing up, anyhow.
Yeah, 2 slips in, point, deep cover.
I remember him from last year as if he's a nagging length. I haven't seen him since then.
Ibrahim, and he comes from the C end. It's just back of a length of that's cut away, and that will find the fielder at deep cover there. Just a single taken. You always find with medium paces that once they find a line of length, they're actually quite difficult to get away, because with a quicks, faster it comes, the faster it goes.
Exactly, and a nagging length, it's, you think it's half volleyish and it's not, and it's just back of a length, and it just keeps the runs down as well. So if he hits it, it's an awkward length on this sort of pitch, which I still think is helping the seamers.
Yeah, absolutely. Ibrahim's bowling right arm over to the left-hander, and that's defended off the back foot. Point comes around to pick it up, gives it a little bit of a shine. And new batter being Billy Root.
Yeah, he's had a good season, got 99 not out to guide Glamorgan to victory some 2 months ago against Worcestershire, got 79 in the last game. He's been promoted up the order, but hasn't been as consistent probably as he likes.
Ibrahim coming in again, and that's just found it outside edge there. Not sure if that... No, found second slip there, but just a dot ball from it. Not sure if that carried or not.
No, it didn't carry. What did happen is that he got a thick outside it, very thick, and played it all along the ground. We've got a laptop going here which keeps us in touch, but unfortunately it's a ball behind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ibrahim coming in again from the seat, and that's just drive ball length there, punch to mid-off, who picks it up. Gives it another little bit of a shine. Can't say spit and polish anymore because you can't spit in a ball.
Not allowed.
We changed the rules, yeah.
Not allowed.
Yeah, it's always quite funny. Here in some of the men's teams, you get people at mid-off, mid-on with sweaty foreheads.
Yes, and they vigorously shine it on their flannels.
Ibrahim in again across the left hand. It's a solid defensive shot that by Root Van. There's another dot ball from it.
Glamorgan run rate 5.49, which is quite excessive on a bat first.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose going out is probably slightly harder than they normally would.
Yeah.
Just because of shortened overs, and obviously guys
Want to go get cracking, don't they, Glamorgan especially?
Yeah, definitely. Ibrahim changed the come right on round this time, and it's just cramped and battered for a bit of room, and that brings the end of it over with a dot ball. So just one from it. So Glamorgan are 152 for 3. Root the new batter on 0, and Gill is on 49.
If they do get 51 overs left, as you say here, Chloe, if they go out as they are, that's another 200 runs for and over, and you're talking about 330, 340. But at this time of year, you always see around 5:30ish, and especially if there's no sun, then dust begins to gather, and they take them off the field. So that'll be at the back of their minds again. Curry is to continue, having taken a wicket in his last over, and Gill needs one for a very entertaining 50, and gets it with a lovely off drive past the bowler up towards the boundary of the Cromwell Road end, and that's going to beat everything. And yet another boundary for Gill, who he just holds his bat limply in the air, and all this pointing at his mates in the pavilion all around the ground. But he just sort of, yeah, oh thanks, I got 50 sort of thing. But it's been a very good innings, and it's come very quickly from just 61 balls. He's played the most exquisite shots, it must be said. He moves to 53, and the total now to 156 for 3. Here's the next ball, and that's clipped away on the onside. Good diving stop there at short mid wicket. You may listen in your effects, Mike, as if it's teeming down with rain. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can. I just was wondering what that noise was, but it's
Probably brewing tea downstairs. But I can assure you, it's quite a pleasant afternoon. Carry on. Here he is again. 2 slips wait, and he bowls to Gill, who's forward. A good length ball, plays it out into the cover region, and there's no run. I was telling Adrian earlier on, he reminds me a lot of Jason Lewry, you might have heard of, yes or no?
rings a bell.
Left arm opening bowler for Sussex some years ago. Very effective opening bowler he was too. And he used to come bounding down the slope here. He's to open the bowling with James Kirtley, of course. In comes the next ball, and this is angled into deep cover, a backward point more than anything, and there's no run. 156 for 3. Glamorgan winning the toss and electing to bat first. Don't know whether they think this pitch will turn, because Glamorgan have got, as they did in the last game, 2 spinners. The off spin of Andrew Salter, and the left arm spin of Ajax Patel, who's played 3 games since coming through to Glamorgan for the last 4 games of the season. But it's Curry in, bowled, clipped away down towards fine leg, but there's a man there. You take a single, and as he pinched the strike, No, one more ball left. And it was the last ball of the last over that he bowled. He got a wicket. See if he can do the same now as Billy Root faces his first ball from the left arm pace of Curry, whose figures at the moment 2 for 43 off 9. There's the extra polish going on it. He comes in past the umpire now and bowls. That's played away backward of square. End of the over, 5 runs off that over, and Glamorgan well placed at 157 for 3 wickets. So it's been a combination of some very good attacking batting from Glamorgan, but it hasn't been great bowling, apart from Curry, I think, has been the pick of the bowlers. The others haven't really been up to scratch.
Yeah, not really. They haven't really found their lines and lumps, have they?
No.
So Glamorgan haven't had to look too hard to put the bad ball away, because it's
Well, that's true.
come around quite quickly. So they've gone along at quite a high rate, but they've just put all the bad balls away, really. And Ibrahim comes round over, that's cut away, and deep cover comes round to pick it up, so that's just a single.
Yeah, poor ball though, wasn't it? Short wide outside the off stump, and just as well as Sussex do have a deep extra cover there.
Yeah, definitely. We found, what was it, early this morning in the first session, that bowlers are setting field for a bad ball rather than sticking to a good ball. And
As if they couldn't trust their bowlers.
this is very true. Ibrahim coming in again right around this time, and that would be one out to cover region where extra cover just picks it up, so Root is now off the mark with his first run on the board. Ball just be given a little bit more of a shine and looking after this ball quite well.
They have to, because they're bowling their seamers. What we've seen, 6 quick or medium quick bowlers, which you would expect them to try and keep it shine one side anyhow.
Ibrahim in again, full of length this time, worked into the leg side towards square leg. Fine leg comes around to pick it up and over squeeze. Another 2 runs from that delivery. See, here's the danger of this with Glamorgan, is actually so far and over they've scored off every single ball. If they continue doing that, they'll get 7 or 8 off the over.
Yeah, when you don't notice it, basically. If you especially get a boundary and a couple of singles. And interesting. 2 slips have come out. One on the drive on the onside, the other's out to deep mid-wicket. I suspect if he's trying to bowl it short and hopes to get caught outside, it might just sail over his head.
Ibrahim in again, just on a length, defended to where his cover would be. And I got another single from it. It's very good running, that attacking running, which is good to see.
And Gill puts up his thumb, and I have to say thank you to Billy Root, who was very, very quick through the wickets, and he was home by a couple of yards, just keeping the momentum that the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, that's it really. We just need to wait for that bad ball, really. We don't need to go searching here. As Ibrahim comes in, right arm round to left-hander, just on the length, and it's patted back to him. He picks it up, chucks it around. I can give it another little bit of a shine.
Plenty of money at Hove. See, Chloe, look at the lights on.
I've been on all day, pretty much. It's gonna be.
Right. All you people living down here, you see, retired, plenty of money.
Ibrahim in again, just short of length.
Short.
That's cut to point. He just has a little bit of a tumbling stop there, and that's a dot ball to finish it over. 5 coming from the over, so Glamorgan on 162 for 3. Root as his first run on the board, and Gill is on at 58.
I've always said, since this shows how long I've been coming now, since the flats were put up there many, many years ago, I always thought, well, as a cricket lover, could you think of anything better to spend 6 months of the year just sitting there? You know, you can sit down there on your veranda, watch the cricket, gin and tonic or a glass of wine in your hand, and what a wonderful way to spend a day, because they're absolutely ideal to watch some cricket, aren't they?
Absolutely. Get free tickets to everything from up there.
Nick has come back with some very important news here as we wait for the start of another over from Curry. 3:25 tea, 20 minutes to wait for tea. Thank you, Nick. And bright sunshine as the first ball of that next over is played in. Very well fielded there, short mid-on. So 25 minutes, I don't know how many overs that will be, but they work it out in the scorer's box. Jack Carson there, just twisting his arms, and he's had a lot of injury. Carson, the off-spinner, I saw 2 years ago, and I thought he was a terrific prospect. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Yeah, he's still going through his action and getting his limbs loose. Curry bowls. Did you see him taking a step or two? Gill came down the wicket as if he was going to charge him. I wonder if the umpires are going to say anything, because he was not admonished in the last game, but told that you can't just skip down in in action, if you like, of the bowler. It's a very technical thing.
Okay.
Well, I said the point this morning, if you charge an off-spinner, you know, what's the matter with that?
Yeah.
I must check. I know Paul Baldwin very well, the umpire. Let's ask him about that. It comes and down it goes to fine leg. He's trying to whip it a little squarer, but he doesn't miss out on those balls that go down that leg side.
No, you can definitely see a change of gear here from Gill a little bit. He's out to right a little bit. He's on 59, so he can go about it.
Billy Root was just off the mark. And he comes back at the end of this over. You learn a lot by working with Nick, I tell you. Don't tell everybody what he tells you. Keep it as a secret. You know, very technical is our Mr. Webb. As in comes Curry, bowls, and beats Root outside the off stump with one which keeps low. It's well taken by the young wicketkeeper, 18-year-old Ian.
Charlie.
William. Charlie. Yeah. All these wicket keepers that come in, like Nick on my right, and they always, he does, don't laugh, yeah. They always start at an earlier age, you'll find. You know, they do it quite naturally from the age of 12, 13. I've seen them often in club sides in the second 11. Curry is in, bowls, down the pitch comes Root. End of the over. So Glamorgan with a run rate of 5.32 are going well here. 161 for 3. Gill looking well set, 59. And Root is on 1. I was going to say that was the end of the over, but I'm 1 ball short. So I better wait for that. 1 short.
It's interesting, they're both coming down a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring Nick in on that at the end of the over when I pass over to him. As in comes Curry. Bowls to Root. Root drives pleasantly straight to cover. That is the end of the over. No addition to the score. It's 163 for 3. Nick, I was just saying to Chloe now about how Labuschagne, and indeed in his first game for Glamorgan, Gill was not admonished, but warned by the umpire. My question to you is, if he was warned for coming down the pitch, why isn't a batter warned for going down the pitch and hitting an off-spinner for 6?
Yeah, I suppose it's just a question of inevitable or deliberate damaging of the pitch to some extent, in the same way as a bowler is warned for running on the pitch, a batter can be warned for having their stance outside the crease, and I suppose that could cause problems on a length for other batters if they're staying in their crease. Potentially.
Hudson Prentice to continue from the seat end, and he comes just on left. That's worked into the leg side towards mid wicket, and that has raced away. That has found the boundary. That's picked up some speed.
That's just seemed no more than a gentle defensive nudge, didn't it? And as it is going down the slope to a certain extent, but just shows the real class of this man's timing that he's put that away for 4, apparently effortlessly.
Yeah, definitely. I find this coming down the wicket thing quite interesting because obviously the women don't get much multi-day stuff. As Hudson Prentice comes in just short of length, cramped him for him, and mid-wicket picks up. Because I would say that actually coming down to a seamer just doesn't allow the bowler to bowl at you for a long amount of time, and especially here where Glamorgan have to get a bit of a shift on because of the reduced overs in the day.
Yeah, certainly an aggressive move, isn't it? Trying to keep the bowlers off their length, as it were.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? So Hudson Prentice comes in again, just short of length, but that's been cut away and found a man at deep point there who chucks it back in, and they've taken a single from it.
Conversely, of course, it gives the batter less time to adapt and play the shot depending on where the ball's heading. So you're certainly backing yourself by coming down the pitch to a seamer. When scientific studies, I think, tried to get the bottom of the working of cricket and showed that it should be physically impossible for the batter to hit a ball that's bowled at the speeds of 80, 90 miles an hour. It should be absolutely impossible.
Hudson Prentice right arm round this time to a left-hander, left alone by Root there.
But there we are, it happens. People do hit the ball, thankfully. Otherwise we wouldn't have a sport.
That's true, actually.
So, yeah, it's good intent from Glamorgan so far. And the pace that Gill is batting at allows Root just to play himself in at the moment.
Yeah, he could definitely just take his time here to get in a little bit and start to capitalise a little bit just to get a bit of a shift on. As Hudson Prentice comes in again, just left alone by Root there.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an up and down season, Billy Root. A few periods without scores, but match winning 99 not out at Worcester. Top score of 88 at Durham, and an important 79 in the first innings of the match against Derbyshire.
I thought he was going to say 77 there. In Hudson Prentice comes again, just short of length, that's punched off back foot but has found extra cover, and that will bring the end of the over. 5 coming from it, so Glamorgan moved to 168 for 3. Root is on 1, Gill is on 64. I think we've got about 10-ish minutes till tea.
Yep, whatever they have for tea these days, which is it's not the spread of olden days, I'm sure. What do you get for tea intervals in your matches these days? I suppose there's only one interval anyway, isn't there?
Yeah, we just have lunch, which I always find because the food is always really, really good. So I eat a little bit too much at lunch, and I'm going from boundary to boundary. I'm like, I'm slightly regretting having that much for lunch.
Yes. Unfortunately, most of the games that I've played in fact everyone I've played in this season, has been bring your own. As a new over begins with Gill driving up towards mid-off, but it's well intercepted, and it'll be a dot ball. This Brad Curry starting his 11th over, 2 for 44. So bring your own just isn't the same.
What, do you go for a meal deal?
I don't tend to eat very much at all at tea. Go for a largish breakfast and just something like a banana or an apple and maybe a flapjack or a muesli bar, something like that.
Oh, really? That's not a cricket tea, that.
No, it isn't. There's Curry bowls. He's hit Gill on the pad, but that looked as though he'd got forward and outside off stump from our angle anyway.
Just having a look at the replay.
We'll get us on the video stream in about 40 seconds delay, unfortunately, from point of view, I just had the impression that Gill had got a little bit forward, and he was hit outside offs. 166 or 8 is that?
8, I think.
8 for 3. It's quite difficult with the sun on the board at the moment. We're making all sorts of excuses. It's not just our rubbish eyesight, honestly. As Glamorgan look to get through to tee with just 3 down, as that one is defended on the leg side by Gill, and there's no run. They were 66 for 1 at lunch, so they've had 102 runs so far in this afternoon, which has been interrupted by at least 2 spells off the field because of showers, giving Sussex a little bit of a helping hand, but the dreaded phrase bowling as a unit hasn't quite happened for Sussex today. They've not managed to have 2 people keeping down the runs at the same time. As Curry runs down the slope and bowls, and Gill takes that step towards him, and he's put off Curry because he's delivered a no ball on that occasion. So an extra 2 to the Glamorgan total, 170 for 3. Club flags fluttering out strongly above that scoreboard away to our right. At the moment we've got bright sunshine and bright floodlights. all sorts of weather.
Yeah, that cloud coming over doesn't look too good, but
as in comes Curry once more round the wickets bowls, and Gill jabs it away on the offside for 4 more, as he seemed to get a little bit tucked up by that one, but then played it beautifully anyway. Backwards of point, racing down towards the hospitality suites on our right, and that's 4 more to Gill, who's looking very classy indeed today. 174 for 3 in this brief sojourn in British county cricket, and really trying to make the most of this what'll effectively be a 3-match stay with Glamorgan, because he missed one through illness. 2 slips for Curry. Ball will be starting to wear and soften a bit. It's only the 33rd over, even though the game's moved on quite rapidly. We had just 14 overs before they all trooped off for lunch. As Curry bowls, Gill comes down the wicket and plays a rather wild slog, but no ball is called. So whether he's reacted to the no ball call, which may have been more audible out in the middle, I'm not sure.
I should imagine so, because that's the first shot that's appeared like that from Gill all day, so I'm assuming that he's just reacted to the no ball call there.
He must have tremendous reflexes.
Yeah.
But then that's why he's an international test cricketer. Young man in his first taste of the British county game, as carries into bowl and falls over as Gill drives it back past him. I think he's all right. Yep, picks himself up off the turf. Just a question of losing his footing. We saw in the last match Ben Aitchison of Derbyshire bowling the second ball of the match went flying, and was unable really to bowl much after that, or hardly at all. He bowled one further ball before going off, came back and bowled one further over, and that was the end of him with ball in hand. He's fielded for a bit longer, but then didn't reappear in the field on the second day, as Gill pushes another one ever so gently through the offside, but it'll still be a couple of runs out towards the scoreboard as Hudson Prentice retrieves about 5 metres in from the boundary. And Gill is eased along to 70, and the total on to 176. Is it 6 or 8?
Oh, that 6 and 8 is not good.
And Chloe is 40 years younger than me, so you can tell that it is not good to see. 178 according to computer feed. 178 for 3 Glamorgan with 2 overs until the interval. 14 overs are bowled in the morning session, and we've just had 19 so far in the afternoon, but there were 2 rain breaks.
In Hudson Prentice, it comes again right arm round to left hand. That's been beautifully driven through the offside there by Billy Root there. That's sure found its way to the boundary. 4 runs added to himself now, so he moves on to 5. So getting up a little bit now.
Root's first shot in anger, slightly overpitched, and the left-hander's off drive. One of the classic shots of the cricket lexicon, one of the most pleasant to watch, and just leaned on it and went racing away. Bright sunshine, dark clouds about to come overhead.
Yeah, but it's a good mix, isn't it? The floodlights are on, the sun's out, and there's clouds above us. There's Hudson Prentice just shuffling his field around now. He's got just moved over to slightly heavier offside field as Hudson Prentice comes in again, right arm round, and it's defended back to him as he returns to the top of his mark.
Edward brings the glad tidings that cake has apparently arrived.
Oh, it's always good news, isn't it?
Steve West, a regular listener, has messaged me to say that hopefully his niece will be dropping in some refreshment tomorrow at some point, who lives locally.
Hudson Prentice coming in again, just short of length, and that's worked off a hip down to fine leg there. And another one to the scoreboard. As the field just moves around to just a right hand, left hand combination.
Glammy Podcast boys say, looking at a couple of my pictures showing clouds and bright blue sky, what the ECB expect promotion race will no doubt be affected by the weather somehow. It's a shame.
Hudson Prentice coming again, right arm over, slightly short this time, and it's cut away too deep point, and comes round to pick it up, sends it back into the keeper.
Looking at the championship schedule, I mean, obviously I appreciate the point that fast bowlers cannot be expected to play every week, but if you look at the schedule, there are gaps where you only have 3 matches in the second division or 3 or 4 in the first division, so there are counties sitting out rounds here and there, and that doesn't actually need to happen.
Hudson Prentice coming in again from the sea end, just on that's beaten his outside edge there. Has Roots, I'm not sure if that's done a little bit off the surface there.
That's one of the rare occasions on which we've had a genuine ball-beating bat in the last hour or so.
Yeah.
As Roots performs the familiar gesture of a batter saying, I must have little hand gestures to say that moved miles. Wasn't my fault I missed it, honest Gov.
Yeah, there it is. It did move a little bit of that one. As Hudson Prentice comes in again, right arm round, sort of shuffled down. It's just the outside edge by Billy Root there. A bit of a threaten to throw it back at his stumps as that brings it end of it over. Glamorgan 184 for 3, Root 6, Gill 71.
John alias Swans 1990 says, you and Ed love your cake, don't you? Well, Edward can eat as much cake as he likes and still remains the same lean figure, and I can't, but I do. Anyway, that's a matter for the winter, where hopefully I'll have more time to do a bit of exercise rather than be stuffed to the gills on hotel breakfasts and tea ground cakes. Adrian Harms seems to think that doing 1 over before tea will be suffice for one of his shifts.
I think it should be. I was just having a look here, Nick. I mean, Glamorgan have rattled along here about 6 and over since lunch.
as Ashraf will come back at the Cromwell Road end. His first ball has gone for 4 off something, off the pad of Shubman Gill, as it runs down the hill fairly rapidly towards the sea. And Glamorgan move on to 184 for 3. If I had your calculator out of you.
Well, I reckon they've added 118 now since lunch. And it'll be 21 overs.
Yep.
So that's, by my maths,
nearly 6, yeah.
The best part of 6 and over. So though we had all these interruptions, interesting, you and Chloe and Edward were talking about who does it affect most, these interruptions. Well, it certainly doesn't seem to have affected Glamorgan at all. That's some score after 34 overs of a championship match.
It is. It wouldn't be out of place in a 50-over match, would it?
Well,
you'd think, we've got 16 overs left to kick on. We can get to 300. 300
plus, absolutely. Yeah. So Glamorgan may have lost time out of the day, but I think they'll be pretty pleased with the way it's gone. If they could get another 20 overs in tonight, if they're rattling along like this, they're going to be around about 300.
Would be a decent effort if they could get that many, as that's outside off stump, and Gill allows it to go through. Just raising his bat out of harm's way. Impressed by Gill, Nick. I think he's just tremendous, hasn't he? Shots all around the wicket. Seems to have plenty of time. He seems like he's read the situation here as well as, he knows exactly what's required. Yeah, Glamorgan have gone out with a bit of a plan by the look of it. Win the toss, bat and attack. As Gill is forward, defending on this occasion, but defending firmly into the covers where Ibrahim intercepts it, and there's no run. I only took the microphone because I'm not sure when the next update is, and I think it could be any. they didn't come to me for the 1:30, so I'm just. Right. I think it might be a couple of minutes, but I didn't want to. This is for BBC Radio Sussex, where you'll hear some of Adrian's updates on the commentary. As Ibrahim bowls to Gill, 2 slips, and Gill dispatches one through backward point for 4, and this is just lovely to watch unless you're a Sussex player or supporter. I suppose even Sussex supporters will admit that there's some style and class in Gill's batting at the moment. Well, I mean, we've had the pleasure this summer, Nick, down here of watching Cheteshwar Pujara bat and play some wonderful innings, but this is as good as it's been all season. I think it's just wonderful batting. I mean, it wasn't a great delivery from Ashraf, who's only in his 4th over. But there's 8 runs. I know 4 have been leg byes in this over, but Sussex just cannot stop the flow of runs here. 1-9-2 for 3. 2 balls to go until the interval as Ashraf is into bowl, and Gill hits another one firmly into the offside, but this time Hudson Prentice has been dispatched to the boundary at backward point, and they only take a single. 193 for 3. The field moves round for the left-handed Billy Root for the last ball before tea. Glamorgan at lunch was 66 for 1 with Lloyd and Gill at the wicket. In the afternoon session, they've lost Lloyd leg before to Hunt for 56. North East, Court Allsop bowled Curry for 13. Fall of wickets 106 and 151. As Ashraf comes round the wicket, and Root nudges one down to fine leg to take a single, and that will be the end, I think, of the afternoon session, unless the times have been changed again. No, umpires knock the bails off. At tea, Glamorgan have reached 194 for 3 with Shubman Gill purring along, 76 not out off 88 deliveries. Billy Root is on 7 not out, playing a quiet support role largely so far, and Glamorgan will hope for as much cricket as possible with 43 overs theoretically remaining, weather and light permitting, but Glamorgan strongly placed, 6 short of the first bonus point. Sussex have their 1 bowling point so far. 194 for 3 at tea here on BBC Sport Online. Yeah, thank you, Nick. So Glamorgan rattling on at 6 and over in that session. And a superb display of batting by Shubman Gill, who's batted absolutely beautifully. So, Nick,
Chloe, myself and Ed are going to take a breather, have a cup of tea. We'll be back with you just shortly before 4 o'clock for the afternoon session. We'll leave the microphone on, and there'll be an update as well coming to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. days played, we've only had 35 overs here today, but extraordinarily, Glamorgan are 194 for 3. They're rattling along at 6 and over, having won the toss this morning. We've had umpteen interruptions for bad light and rain. It's never absolutely poured with rain, but we've had interruptions throughout the day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get another before the close. And the weather is coming from the northwest, and in that northwest corner of the ground, it does look skies do look pretty dark and grey. But we're going to get underway after tea. Glamorgan in a good position, winning the toss. And I think the innings that we're watching and we're thoroughly enjoying is this of Shubman Gill, who's batted absolutely beautifully, Nick. And you've had the pleasure of watching him a couple of times this season, and he looks a high-class player.
Well, it's the same as players in all sports, isn't it? They just seem to have a little bit more time on the ball, if you like, than everyone else, than the common mortals. And it's the same for a footballer finding time in midfield to thread passes through, or a rugby back finding time to make a break or to release a crucial pass. And same in cricket. They just they seem to have a little bit more time to look at things before playing their shots. And Shubman Gill so far has done just that, but there are 43 overs for Sussex to spoil the Glamorgan would-be party. Yeah, and Sussex need to look at that scoreboard and think, well, if it was 194 for 5, the game may have a different complexion. But Glamorgan have been very positive. The weather forecast for the next 3 days would have seemed to be pretty good. So from that point of view, there's lots of time left in this game. That being said, the feeling was that today was going to be good weather after the early rain, but at least we've got some overs in. 35. It's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to open the bowling from this, the C end of the ground, bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. In fact, they're now going to reinforce the offside field. Who's that on? That looks to me like a reserve fielder on the field. So somebody has gone off. 4 men saving one on the offside. Backward point, cover, short extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a fine leg and a deep backward square as Sean Hunt is running in away from us, coming into bowl to Billy Root. Root up on his toes, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. There's a numberless man.
I'll find out who he is.
Unless it's just a man with a numberless jersey on who's part of the 11, but it's usually a young sub.
Yeah, let's find out who that is.
The 2 in the Sussex 13 who weren't named in the match. Ollie Carter wearing 11 and James Cole's wearing 30.
Yeah, it's neither of those 2. As in comes Hunt and bowls wide of the off stump and swinging even wider, taken by Charlie Tier in front of first slip, and there is no run. So we'll see if we can get confirmation of who the 12th man is. Hunt wanders back to his mark. He's in his 7th over, figures of 1 for 33 for Sean Hunt. He accounted for David Lloyd. We had LBW for 56. He runs away from us to bowl to the left-handed route. Up the hill he bowls, and wide of the stump, cut away firmly to backward point, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's back-pedalling as he fields the ball, and there is no run. The skies, I hate to keep going on about the weather, but the skies away to the northwest corner of the ground do look quite threatening. Behind it, there seems to be some brighter skies, so we could well have an interruption or 2. I very much doubt we're going to get anywhere near the 42 overs that are scheduled to be bowled tonight. Although Sussex still showing -2 on the over rate, so we could get a bit of spin, you never know. In comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Root. Good delivery by Sean Hunt. Pitching round about middle of the leg, drawing Root forward. He plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. Or you can tweet us at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport.
Yeah, feel free to, for Glamorgan listeners, to email Adrian if you prefer that way.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and Root drives, and that was a chance. That was a chance. I think that's a chance,
I wasn't sure if it carried. We'll have another look when the stream pops up now.
Maybe it just pitched a little short of Tom Clark at second slip. It just the Hunt looks as if that's been dropped.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the stream, which is reaching us about 40 seconds behind.
We'll see. I mean, it would have been a sharp chance. It's just the way that Sean Hunt looks very disappointed.
Half volley, maybe?
Maybe.
Might just have carried.
In comes Hunt. Bowls to Root, and Root hasn't got a clue where that's going to come from. I think it's inside edge, dribbles out onto the onside, and Billy Root picks up a single. So good over to start after tea from Sean Hunt. And Glamorgan 194 for 3. Tom Clark's getting pats on the back. He's put one chance down, a regulation chance a second. Difficult to see from where we are. Maybe it was a little short. It's just Sean Hunt's reaction was disappointment. Maybe that he hadn't got his slip cordon a little closer. Either way, end of the over. 190. Well, it says 194 for 5. I thought that was the tea time score. Oh, it was one. There we go. 195 for 3. There we are. That run has gone up. Billy Root goes to 8.
195 for 3. I'm not sure whether to count that as a slip chance, to be honest. I think it looked as though it might have been in the half volley. It looked as though the fielder was just reaching forward to try and get his fingers underneath the ball. Maybe just did, or maybe it was on the half volley, but not sure if we can count that as a full chance. As in comes the next delivery from Ashraf, and it's played out on the offside by Root, and there's no run.
I have to say, Nick, I think that weather that we're referring to over that northwest corner looks as bad as it has for much of the day. Actually, that doesn't look good at all. I can't see much behind that either.
No, that looks as though there could be another interruption, and this is actually worse than the weather forecast was suggesting. As the
equipment nearly goes flying.
As usually, my trick that is to trip over the headphone leads. I've got size 11 feet, that's my excuse. Ashraf round the wicket to Root, back on his stumps, defending on the leg side. And there is no run. Root a quiet start, one beautiful off-driven 4, but 8 off 29 deliveries now. But then with Gill scoring so rapidly at the other end, then Root can afford to play himself in, if at all possible. The men out today: Lloyd for 56, Byram 21, North East 13, 2 wickets for Brad Curry, 1 for Sean Hunt. As Ashraf is in, bowls, and Root cuts late and scores a boundary down past second slip, and went through about the third slip channel, but not aerially. And Root, I think, played that one pretty deliberately, and it raced away down the hill with the impetus of the slope. And Root moves to 12 not out off 30 deliveries, 199 for 3, and Glamorgan 1 run away from their first batting bonus point. Sussex have 1 for bowling so far. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Glamorgan looking to dodge the showers and get at least a decent platform on the board today so they can push on tomorrow. As Root defends that one to short cover, and it's fielded by Orr, and there is no run.
John Balloon's been in touch. He said, "Hi, Adrian and team. Just wondering why, with all the rain interruptions, we continue with having tea breaks. Any ideas?" Well, I think it's something. Yeah, I think it's a fair comment, really, that we do seem to have these set times for. We were a little surprised that lunch was at 12:30 today. There are any number of rules and regulation covering these things, John, but it is frustrating.
This next delivery is again defended by Root. Ashraf coming round the wicket and finding a little bit of a line here.
The 12th man is Bertie Foreman.
Foreman. Okay.
Foreman as in George.
All right.
A Sussex Academy, an under-19 player against Sri Lanka. So he's, I don't know if that's England under-19s, but Bertie Foreman.
Worcestershire 113 for 4 against Middlesex. Glamorgan hoping that Worcestershire do as well as possible in that match at New Road.
Yes, England under-19s, Bertie Foreman.
As Root again blocks one hard to short cover, and there's no run. 199 for 3 at the end of the Ashraf over, which cost the 1 boundary. Late cut by Root, genuine shot. Gill 76, Root 12. The floodlights on the scoreboard above the pavilion looking pretty bright now against the background of some very murky skies.
Yeah, the cloud away to the northwest corner does look really threatening.
Off in Cardiff, says Edward. Yes, we don't have the use of floodlights for championship games.
Do you not? Why?
Due to council regulations, they're only allowed to use them on a certain number of days a year, which are all taken up by T20, 100 and the odd England game.
International cricket.
Well,
we're staying on for the time being, but the light isn't great. Shubman Gill is going to be facing Sean Hunt, who's running in from the C end of the ground. He's got 2 slips. He's in on bowls, and Gill glances this down to fine leg, and that's going to be 4 runs. And that's not a great delivery, to be honest. It was veering down the leg side, and Gill just tucked inside the line and said, thanks very much, I'll flick it down to fine leg for 4. He goes to 80, and Glamorgan 200 is up, 203 for 3. First batting point securely locked away in the bank for Glamorgan.
I don't like to criticise opposition players too much because obviously we don't see as much of them as Glamorgan, but this has not been a great Sussex seam attack so far today.
No, there's been too many 4 balls.
Edward's favourite spinner, Jack Carson, waiting in the wings.
Sean Hunt runs, he actually is warming up. Comes in and bowls, and Gill this time has much better delivery. Plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run.
I'd better exit stage right to deliver a 30-second précis to the radio listeners of Wales.
And Ed Bevan is going to come back into the commentary position. Hunt wheels round in front of us. He's going to come running in to bowl to the right-handed Shubman Gill. He's in and bowls, and Gill drives, not quite where he intended. He picks up a single to deep mid-wicket, fielded there by Daniel Ibrahim. 1 more to the total. Gill goes to 81, the total 204 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Edward Bevan, Chloe Brewer and Nick Webb, your commentary team here this week. Will it be a week in which, at the end of it, Glamorgan will be celebrating promotion to Division 1? We shall see. Yeah, in comes Hunt and bowls, and Root plays out into the offside. There is no run. Glamorgan need to hope that Worcestershire do them a favour this week. Worcestershire are currently 113 for 4 at New Road. There's been many interruptions there as well. Dollarvira 25, Barnard on 28. That a recovery because at one stage Worcestershire were 85 for 4. As Hunt runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Root drives firmly to the covers. Good bit of fielding by Orr, who was quickly across and prevented the single. The light isn't great.
But with the lights on, I think, it's playable. It is playable because you've got the lights.
Yeah, it is. And I think Glamorgan will be very keen to stay out if they can.
Oh, yes, they'll be keen.
Unless they lose a couple of wickets. And that's always the danger in this light. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Root drives firmly into the covers. Another good stop by Orr, and there is no run. There are some lighter skies away to the west, but I
don't think it's coming from there.
No, it just needs the wind to get up and blow this dank cloud away. So Sean Hunt finishes over. Apart from that 4 ball, it was a decent over from Sean Hunt. Jack Carson is warming up. I think we're going to see some spin shortly.
Good.
Hunt 8 overs, no maidens. 1 for 29. I'm enjoying you've watched some good batsmen down the years. Edward and players at the beginning of their career, and this fellow Shubman Gill, he looks a good cricketer to me. He looks a classy player.
I don't think you couldn't have been on with me earlier. It might have been Chloe I was talking about. When you see a player, I saw Graham Hick at 18. I think I related that story. He got 100 playing for Zimbabwe before he joined Worcestershire. It's one of my early watchings. You're watching somebody who is a class above. As in comes the first ball, and that's a couple of things happened there. Ibrahim went flying. He just stopped himself from sprawling all over the place. Quick delivery, and it was well taken, but straight into the gloves of Tatar.
Yeah, he's only in his 6th over here, for Fahim Ashraf.
That was a quick ball.
Yeah, and this is what Sussex, he's over here to see whether he can figure in Sussex's plans for next season. That was quick.
Interesting
from Ashraf. I think he surprised Gill actually with the pace.
And he comes again, Ashraf, and bowled down the leg side.
Annoyed with himself, isn't he, Gill, that he missed out there?
I think I mentioned this to you, but going back to your question, when I saw him get 92 for Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago, again I got that feeling. And some of those drives that he makes, and he just leans on them, you know.
Yeah.
And I went, well, yeah, this fella's from the really top bracket. And he's so laid back. His 50 was just sort of a little touch of the bat, as if to say, I get these most days, you know. And comes Ashraf, gathering speed, and this is driven straight to cover, but there's no run. Yeah, he is a class player, and he will get a lot of runs, I think, for India in the future. Be wonderful for Glamorgan if Marnus Larmachin, if by any chance, if he's injured and not available, and if Gill is on the brink of the side, and then send him over here for a full season's cricket, be it thread ball,
Great experience.
white ball, whatever other ball. It'll look great for him and great for any side that chooses him. In comes Ashraf, bowled. That's played down towards long leg. Wrists came over, kept it off the deck and perfectly safe. And that's another single.
Who would have been responsible, I mean, in terms of recruitment for getting someone like Gill over?
Well, Mark Wallace is, remember Mark Wallace,
Yep.
the former wicketkeeper. He is in charge of all that at Glamorgan, and well, it was with advice probably and working with agents who got Labuschagne in 3 years ago, and he's done well to get people like Nisa as well. As round the wicket comes the next delivery, and right behind it is Billy Root, who pushes it up into the onside, and there's no run. He, to answer your question, would be responsible for that, because you see so many signings and they play for a couple of games and that's it, and they've done nothing, costing quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
Don't know exactly what they paid, but and also a useful little signing this year they've got with a left-arm spinner, Archer Patel, who once took 10 wickets in a test match in an innings. Wide of the crease this time.
Ooh.
And he nearly played on there, and Root had to look behind him rather quickly as it nearly rolled on to his stumps. We keep looking, or Adrian keeps looking at the sky as well.
Well, I thought the sun was coming out briefly then, Edward, actually.
Yeah.
It just lightened up briefly there for a couple of moments.
And if you look right over the houses,
Yeah, it's that dark cloud is sort of scudding across the sky. That'll make a nice photograph, actually. But we are still playing, and I think Glamorgan will be pretty pleased to stay out if they can.
they want to, they have to stay out there, be it dark, whatever.
I guess the only thing that might make them think again, Edward, is if they were to lose a wicket or two, they might think, well, hang on, it's vitally important for Glamorgan to pick up as many bonus points as they can. In comes Sean Hunt running in around over the wicket, I should say, bowls to Shubman Gill, who's forward beaten outside the stump. Good delivery by Sean Hunt. That's a much better line, just slanting across the right-hander, and Gill played and missed through into the gloves of Charlie Tier, the young Sussex wicket-keeper, just 18 years of age.
And I think, Adrian, the reason we've seen 6 seamers, that will tell you something. Instead of having any spin from Jack Carston and co, 6 seamers have been used.
Yeah.
I think I'm right there, which tells you that there's a little bit of juice somewhere, atmosphere, cloud, whatever, for the seamers.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and Gill is forward.
Just touched that.
He did. He's always looking for 2. There isn't 2 there. Fielding on the cover boundaries. Who's that out there?
It's one of the numbers of 45. Would it be also?
Yes, it's Ashraf who's all the way out there.
Ashraf.
Gets in the throw. One more to Gill. He goes to 83, 206 for 3. We're only in the 39th over of the day. Sean Hunt comes into bowl to the left-handed Billy Root. The 2 slips go down. Hunt is in and bowls, and Root is forward. Again, well pitched up by Sean Hunt. That's a much better line, making the batsman play, not too much width. Sean Hunt in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 40. He accounted for David Lloyd. The other 2 wickets picked up by Brad Curry. I think it's actually been the pick of the Sussex bowlers today.
Undoubtedly. It's a teasing sky away, darling.
No, it is. It's not got any closer, has it? But it's
Teasing, I said.
yeah. Hunt In again, bowls, and Root is forward. So again, for a ball of good length, play to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And on the leg side, apart from that mid-on, there's a fine leg all the way down the distance and a deep square leg.
A half sweeper there, I'd call him. He's not as far forward as cover and backward point, isn't he?
Yeah. Hunting bowls and Root beaten. That's a good delivery.
Good ball.
I think there's a little bit in this pitch. There's
Without
a
doubt.
a little bit of extra bounce there for Sean Hunt. I think if you're prepared to bend your back on this, there's just a little bit there, and Billy Root comes down, does a little bit of gardening.
Yeah, I don't think that the Glamorgan trio of Hogan, Harris, and Van der Gooten will be too worried to see it.
No, I
see
agree.
it about, because they're pretty good bowlers and bowling quite well these days, so they'll be quite happy with this.
Hunt in again, bowls to Root, and Root this time lets that one go outside the off-stump. Much better over from Sean Hunt, just the 1 run coming off of it. 9 overs. No maidens, 1 for 44. Sean Hunt, Glamorgan 206 for 3. Now I was looking at the umpires here. I'm wondering whether they're going to take they're going to take a light reading.
But when you're going at 5.17 and over,
Yes.
well, do they want to take a light reading? It's not going to hurt anybody. Batsmen are happy to stay out, and of course you've got the worry, the fielders might not see the ball, all those strange things associated with the light. I fancy it's getting a bit brighter to the right over there, but there we are.
Ashraf carrying on, Edward.
Yes, indeed. And I think I said to you that it was hard going this morning when he bowled those loose overs into a gale from the sea end. Has the benefit now of coming down the slope, and must be the wind behind him as he bowls, and is pushed away on the offside. They go through for a comfortable single. 207 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Worcestershire have lost another wicket. I'm sorry to report from a Glamorgan perspective. 119. Ed Barnard, the man, out for 28.
That's not good.
Gareth Roderick is the new man in.
We got 170 not out against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago. Come on, Gareth, do it again.
Well, as I say, they've got a good seam attack of Worcester. No Joe Leach, but they've still got a good seam attack. So there's plenty of legs in that game as well.
Oh, yes. Ashraf around the wicket to the left-handed Root, who plays forward up to short extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, they would have beaten Glamorgan undoubtedly a couple of weeks ago had the rain not been about and cost them the game. This boy Gibbon is a good left arm. Pennington, I was very...
Yes, he's quick. He's really quick.
Yeah. Barnard and the likes, but no Leach.
I'll be flabbergasted if we get away with this without any further interruptions, because it's really dark and the clouds look really threatening.
Ashraf comes round the wicket, bowls again, and Root drives through the offside, and that's partially stopped, but it won't go to the boundary, and they are quite happy with just running a single, and Glamorgan move on to 206, is it? Yes. Well, the individual scores on the scoreboard away to our left, above the old pavilion, say that Root is 13 and Gill is 84, and they very, very light, but up above, you just about make out 206 for 3.
Yes. Because I have to wonder when I'm sitting here whether it's my eyesight, Edward.
I was this morning. I
Yeah, no, but I was the same. Where were we last week? Durham, where the scoreboard's a long way away, and I was struggling to see that.
Ashraf over the wicket, bowls to uppercuts it. Don't.
That's 6 runs.
6, yeah.
That was 6 runs. Wow, what a shot that is.
Yeah, he tried
what
to-
a shot.
Ashraf thought, I'll test him now with a bouncer, and he just held up his bat like a periscope, and whack, it went over, and all of a sudden you're looking, And Gill is on 90.
Well, that's gone over the slips. That's a deliberate shot. He's just helped.
It's the one-day shot.
That's almost taken the mickey, that shot, isn't it? That was extraordinary. That's probably one of the shots of the season for me. An uppercut over third man for 6.
Is this a safe glass? I ask that as someone who's been 3 times in my career. It's come in through the window. As Ashraf again bowls. This is played nice timing down towards deep backward square. They are happy with a single. Is this double, or has the ball ever crashed through here?
No, it hasn't. No, but I think we're reasonably. I was just thinking though, a Pakistani bowling to an Indian is always a competition, isn't it? And I wonder if there was a bit in that with between the two. But that was just a shot of contempt, wasn't it? Really, I mean, it was short and
full of confidence.
Oh my word!
Ashraf won't be very happy.
He won't be at all.
He's coming in now round the wicket to Root and bowls to him, and Root chops it away to a sort of deepish backward gully that time.
Well, we were speculating, weren't we, whether the light was good enough to stay out there. From Gill's point of view, he doesn't seem bothered at all. I'm just looking at the lights on at the Players Club away to our right hand side, the fluorescent lights. They're really shining brightly. But the wind just seems to be blowing in more and more of this heavy cloud at the moment. I'm amazed it's not raining.
Glamorgan have got a very good score, if it rains or not. 217 for 3, going on at a rate of 5 and nearly 5.5 as in comes Ashraf, bowls again, and that's cut away fiercely, 4 runs backward of square, and that's 11 runs off the over.
I think we're going off, I think the umpires are going to have a natter here about the light.
I can see umpire Baldwin striding towards his mate Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire fast bowler. They're having a chat. Well, they can't say that the batsmen are being frustrated and can't see anything. And this partnership now is worth 71 or thereabouts. Well,
70,
70,
Gareth Roderick is out, unfortunately, for Worcestershire.
6 now.
120 for 6. But all the wickets to the seamers. Now, we are going to stay out, I think. All the time they're talking, it's not...
Commend them for that.
Well, no, and I think at this time of year, you do need good sense from umpires. So, and they're probably taking the view, well, there's been 11 off the over. As I say, the only thing you have to take into account, does it mean the fielding side can't see the ball? I think that's a...
I don't think anybody's seen that ball that went for 6.
But that was an extraordinary shot. It really was. So, what can Sean Hunt do? He's coming into bowl to Shubman Gill. He's 91 not out. He's faced exactly 100 deliveries. Hunt is in and bowled, and Gill drives down the ground, fielded at mid-off. He nearly looks Jack Carson over, who fields the ball, and there is no run. But I've certainly been here at this ground and seen the players leaving the field with the light like this. It's pretty gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah, there are some umpires who want to play on and keep on going. There are others who like to just put their feet up, but I've seen that over the many years.
Hunt in again, bowls to Gill, and Gill forward down the track. Hunt fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Now they're going to have a chat now.
That could be it then.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It is pretty gloomy, to be fair.
And if they go off now, then
they are going off.
They might well be off. Sadly, for the rest of the day, even though it's only 4:15, and that is a great shame as far as Glamorgan's concerned, because Gill is going like a train, and good support from Root. And if you're just coming in or been out for the day, I can give you the wickets and what happened at the toss. Glamorgan won the toss and batted it. Got off to a very bright start. Lloyd and Byram, they put on 49 before Byram was caught by wicketkeeper Tier, young wicketkeeper of Curry, for 21. Lloyd was dropped on 19, but on very quickly to score a half-century. And then Sam Northeast came in, threatened. He hit a nice couple of 4s for 13. Billy Root giving good support. He's 17 not out by the innings of the day. Undoubtedly, Adrian played by the Indian